they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my gin. Slide down, DBTs. Tetema, 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 tetema. Oh, mama tetema, 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 oh, mama tetema. Come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my gene. Slide down, DBT, DBT.
Hello. Hello. Hello, good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Please, can we fill in the seats? Can we all come forward and fill in the seats? Good morning, everyone. All right, you're welcome. You're welcome. Please take your seats. I think we should fill in the seats and come a bit forward. Excuse me, Maid Corsola, please could you come forward? I think we should all fill in this row and then, others would come in here. There's traffic outside. You guys want to create traffic inside. All right. All right. Hello, hello. All right. I think you should reduce the volume. Okay, let's do this again. Good morning. We are not sounding like the morning is good. Good morning. Fantastic. Someone said there are three types of traffic situations in Lagos. There's go slow, there's moving traffic, and there's standstill. And I'm sure it's the standstill that has held most of those who are supposed to join us here. Let me begin by apologizing for starting late. We just wanted to have a better pool of participants who would participate in this session. And let me also thank our online and virtual participants. I don't see them displayed on the slide. Can we have them displayed on the slide? It would give me some level of confidence that I'm communicating with people on a virtual platform. Is it coming up? All right, to our virtual participants, if you can hear me, I thank you for joining us and thank you for being a part of this. As you all know, it's been a fantastic journey with all of you for the past couple of months, where we had you virtually sit through a capacity building program with the NCIC in partnership with Providus Bank. So Providus Bank, the Future Forward Bank, has been responsible in financing and empowering this program. So we thank Providus Bank for doing a fantastic job. And the outcome of this program is to position all of you for some level of green financing or green investments from other third parties aside from Providus Bank. And that's the primary reason why we're urging that you open accounts with Providus Bank. It's a very important factor for this program, growing the green base through NCIC's #1 financial partner, Providus Bank. Please, a round of applause for Providus Bank. And I think I'll also want to thank my NCIC team, that has coordinated this program from the onset. My quarterback, Ada, has been amazing. A round of applause for Ada. Ada, you're meant to smile a bit when people are applauding you. You're looking too serious. So what are we going to do today, or what's the reason behind our convergence today? We have closed out on the program proper in terms of the capacity building session, but we thought of having you all converge here to listen to some of your business ideas. To be specific, we're going to listen to about 10 of you. And believe me, there's no bias around the numbers of those who would pitch today. That's not to say that their business ideas are better than the entire cohort. No, the whole idea is to have a sense of what you have business-wise and to look at what Providence Bank can do to key into your expectations, your financial expectations, to sit with you and understand where you're coming from in terms of your objectives and goals to scale your business. And they are a bank, they'll sit down with you and assess your business from a credit risk point of view and look at the best product or solution that would help you grow your business. And that goes to all of you. And if you remember, during the launch of the program, I told you at the NCIC, we do have a lot of green projects where we plug in alumni of our programs and projects into our projects, as service providers or as actual participants of, our green projects. So it's a mutual relationship. It goes 3 ways. It goes 10, 4, or 5 ways, depending on the nature of what we want to achieve. So once again, you are the trailblazers of a green economy. I applaud you for being a part of this program, for being patient enough to virtually sit through an upskilling program for about 3 months. And we're happy that, it's come to this stage where we would listen to some of you pitch your ideas. And just a very quick rundown on what the pitch session would look like. We would have judges from Providence Bank to judge you. I might join the panel of judges, on the side, but you would have about 5 minutes to talk about your business. And we would be looking at your business from the quality of your pitch, your business access to market, the innovation around it, and some other few key factors. And the best 3 would be selected to sit with the Providence Bank credit team and look at how they can structure some level of financing for them. As I said, it's not a bias, but it's just to pilot, a credit scheme with some of you and see how that scales up over time. And NCIC would also do its best in looking at your business solutions and how we can plug in to also scale you up. And this we do with all our programs and not just this. I don't want to talk too much and bore you. I would have Damilola Fede come out and address you as regards your expectations, or just to manage your expectations from Providence Bank. Dami, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's nice to see everyone. I know the last time we saw was at the beginning of this program a few months ago, so it's nice to see everyone back. I mean, I really wanted to ask, general feedback about, the GBM program, because I obviously wasn't there, but I trust NCIC. But I really wanted to hear from you guys as well. It's something, because it's our first time doing that program with NCIC and something we're looking to continue. So I really wanted to hear from you guys to, really know how that went, because I remember last time we met, everyone kind of spoke about what their business is. And so I'm really excited about, that transformation and what it looks like now, because you've now, like Adamu said, you've done the 2 months capacity building, right? So it's, it's an exciting time. I'm really excited to hear everyone that's going to pitch as well to us today. But again, just welcome, and I guess congratulations on finishing the GBM program with NCIC and Providence Bank. I'm really excited for you all and your businesses, and where you go from here. And you've done the business, the capacity building for your business in regards to advisory, and as a bank, where we now come in is how do we now help you take everything you've learned and, all the knowledge you've acquired now to get your business to the next level. Because now I feel like we can almost trust you as a bank, because we know that you've been through this capacity building, you've been through the one-on-one with NCIC, you are in a better position than you were 2 months ago. So even your strategies, I know, would have changed, your plans would have changed and all of that. So we're really excited, and we're just really excited. Today we have my colleagues from Providence Bank. We also have the risk management team who will be present as well, because after the last session that we had, this whole pitching and top 10 actually wasn't in the plan for GBM, but it was something that we sat down and said, we really want to help, these businesses with access to financing as a bank, forgetting just, and not the normal route. So Providence Bank, this is something that we want to do, is really deep in our position, within the green economy and the green space. So how are we doing that? It's by empowering you guys. It's by providing access to funding and just really helping you get your business from A to Z. So really supporting you with, in doing that. So today is really exciting because it's our first time, doing this. But for us to bring our risk management team as well, I hope it shows that we are serious. So we are serious. The top 10 that are pitching today, this is a very huge, opportunity that you have to. She will ask you questions that, I'm not a risk manager, I'm not, So she will ask you questions. We want to hear your ideas. We want to know your plans. We want to see what you intend to do and all of that. So I would advise that be as open as you can. Don't limit, don't be as all of it as you can. I'm really excited to hear. I know that everyone else is, and I will take it up from there. And if you're not also even pitching today, our RMs that are here, if you have your own already, I always say set up that meeting. That's why they're your RMs. If you see your business, you need funding, set up their meeting. Nobody's answering you. Please just send me a message. But it's something that we want to do. So just, let us know. But welcome again and congratulations on behalf of Providence Bank. And Adam.
Thank you very much, Damilola. If you could pick a few things that she said in between the lines, Providence Bank is all about adding value. Providence Bank wants to add value to your business and put smiles on your faces. And I have seen this happen time over time. I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes before we begin to pitch to just tell you a little story that will wake you guys up, because honestly, you all look sleepy. And I don't want you looking sleepy when I'm talking to you. All right? How many of you have been to Kano? No one has been to Kano? You've been to Kano? Kano is very traditional and very religious from that Islamic point of view, yes? Now, there was a guy whose wife put to bed, and she had twins, set of twins, and they were boys. And it's the culture and the tradition and the religion that you have to buy 2 rams. And it's very expensive, 2 rams. And this man is a Meshai and Métis guy. This Meshai guys, so he couldn't afford to buy rams. And what happened? He sat down in frustration. He spoke to all his cousins and uncles and aunties. And the stories of Nigerians. If only you had spoken to me last week, I would have given it to you. If only you had spoken to me just 5 hours ago, I would have given it to you. But then there's a guy who sells electronics very close to his house. Chukuma, I'm going to call your name because that's the guy's name. Chukuma. Chukuma came to him and asked him, Malasani, what's the problem? And he told him what the problem was. And Chukuma gave him 150,000 to buy 2 rams. And on the day of the naming, the Imam asked him, what names do you want to give your set of twins? And he said, Chukuma and Chukuma. in the north. And all the relatives said, no, it can't work. And he said, it can't work. When I asked you for money, you said you didn't have money to buy the rice, the rams, and everything. But that's the kind of value that people bring onto you and put smiles on your faces. So please, let Providence Bank be your chukuma and put smiles on your faces and add value to your businesses. So for those who are going to pitch, I would want you to ready yourselves. And I hope we're ready for them. We really want to make this as exciting and as brief as possible. The judges are here. Okay, we need to get this. Okay, oh, you guys can sit down here.
So they will pitch in front. Ideally, can these people on this table?
Okay, so could you relocate probably to this side of the table? I'm sorry about that news. Okay. Yeah. Don't worry. It's more so. Oh, wow. Let me have those storage sheets. I have my paper. Piece of paper, okay. Oh, it's here. Yes. Yeah. These are all your products?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic.
These books in different sizes. Just for them to look at it.
So what's the sustainability side of this?
The shelf life,
No, I mean, how the sustainability of it, like
it would stand for 24 hours.
the climate side.
Okay, so I have the byproduct, basically the whey protein. That's like a byproduct from it, so we don't throw it away. Or we haven't started processing it yet, so we don't take it out.
Okay.
People go into cosmetics and skin care. But this has its own.
No problem. We'll call you up. What's your business name?
JPO integrated services.
Okay, yeah, the first person to come. All right. Okay.
I think that's what they're interested in, right? The climate.
Yeah. Try to hit hard on that. Yeah. All right. So are they around? Those who are
Just
coming?
one person. The church is passing.
Okay.
Who's that?
These are the products of the first person
Oh,
who
wow.
is gonna pitch. They are serious. You want to call her?
Yeah. I'm just
All right, so we will be starting any minute from now. I will just simply have the judges come sit at the panel. I will be joining them as well to listen to 10 businesses pitch their business ideas. So can we have the judges at the judging table? All right, judges. All right, thank you. How many of you saw me at America's Got Talent? No one? Oh, okay. All right. All right. So there are no golden buzzers today. We would just call you up, and you have your presentation. Yeah. Yes. All right. Will that be projected? Let's have a presentation on the screen so we can all sing from the same hymn. All right, let's have JPO Integrated Services. You have 5 minutes to pitch, and we will spend another 2 to 3 minutes to ask you 1 or 2 questions. All right, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, because he can't see the presentation. Should we tilt like this?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. It's been amazing. When I saw the opportunity for the scholarship, I jumped at it right away because I was being offered something I was hoping to venture into. So my name is Jane Philip Ode. I'm the CEO of GBM Integrated Services Limited. We produce yogurt. Okay, so we started 5, 6, 7 years ago. It was just something that, you could call me an accidental entrepreneur. I've been working for the better part of my life, and I'd realized I was lactose intolerant. And one of the things that used to help relieve some of my pains was yogurt, and I desired to just drink it. And then I got an opportunity to actually learn and, just accidentally how to produce, and I determined I was just going to drink it in my house. But I made it and went to work, and my colleagues were like, "Oh, this is lovely. We'll buy from you." So of course the first one, so much milk, a lot of sugar, and they actually enjoyed it. And then I said, okay, well, this could be something I could actually sell. And so I went and started learning, looking for how to perfect the art of yogurt production, and I'm here today. I started out with 4,000 naira. I bought a sachet of milk. I bought, like a small pot in my kitchen. And today I'm grossing out at 5.5 million naira and supplying 104 stores. It's been an amazing journey. It helped my mom while she was still alive because she developed osteoporosis. Her bone density, mass density was reducing a lot. And I realized yogurt could actually help her. The problem I'm trying to solve, which also helps me, lactose intolerance, and people who need to help with feeding their babies, people who have gut health, who need to help with their guts, their bones. It cuts across, and the most amazing thing is our byproduct, which is called the whey protein, is liquid protein. It helps with your face, your hair, and that was why I took up the opportunity to go with NCIS, because I knew I had to do something about my waste product. I didn't want it to just go with, throwing out a lot of it. And right from the first class, I had an opportunity to speak to someone who actually said, I can help you, process it for all it's worth. Next slide, please. So business potential in Nigeria alone, the yogurt industry is valued to grow annually at 9.4%, and it sits at 2.13 billion in 2023, the yogurt industry alone. So this just shows how huge this space is. And the fact that we have a lot of people in Nigeria makes it all the more easier. And then this is just, this is just, from my online page, I was able to segment to know that people who buy more of my products are women, people who are health conscious, people who have babies. And today we have a lot of partnership with schools who want to feed it to their children, and then with women who are, aging as it were, and want to still look good and be healthy and strong. This just shows how we go to close and bring in our revenue. So it's just our sales model. We sell to stores. At the moment, we partner with 104 stores in Lagos alone, with opportunities to move outside Lagos. And we do direct sales, advertising online. We have commission-based sales where people will come, and when they bring in stores, we pay them commissions. Now, this is just something to show an area of our products and the milestones and projections. Like I said earlier, we started out with 4,000 naira, me, myself, and I in my kitchen in 2014. And in the 2020 was actually a pivotal stage for me because people wanted to boost their immune system. And we went from 9 stores to 7 stores doing aggressive marketing. And today we're supplying 104 stores. I started out in my BQ. From my kitchen, I moved into my BQ. And today we have a 3-bedroom bungalow that we have renovated and moved in, and we're trying to scale up as fast as possible. Now, unique selling proposition. We offer healthier lifestyle options. People suffering from bone loss, children requiring strong and healthy bones, people requiring 100% processed products for their hair, their facials. So what I do sometimes is, because we haven't started processing the waste products, we partner with people who have spas, people who are into cosmetics, and we just give it out. But I know there's a huge revenue source from whey protein, which is our waste product. This just shows our social impact across 4 SDGs. Our financials. In 2020, we grossed out at 13.5 million this year alone, and on just one product, because what we haven't started selling our Greek yogurt. That's what you have in cups. That's the Greek yogurt. We've started supplying stores only the bottles in the middle. And this year alone, we're going to close out about 60 million or thereabouts. And once we can fully go into automating more into automations, we can now sell the Greek yogurt and then hopefully have enough machinery to go to process the waste products that we have. Thank you.
For that insightful presentation. My questions are twofold. But firstly, let me congratulate you for driving just how much? Was it 4,000 naira? Or how much did you start with? 4,000 to 5 million. I think she deserves a round of applause. So, you have a fantastic business going on for you, but looking at the green and sustainability side of the business, even though you highlighted about 4 SDG goals, which of course, as you were pitching, it kind of rang a bell in my head. I saw responsible consumption. So let's start with that. Now, responsible consumption, I'm looking at polyethylene terephthalate, which we call PET, and maybe HDP. I can see all of those plastics there. So what happens after consumption? Does this clog waterways? Is it thrown away? Do you sell your plastic waste to recyclers? So what's the complete loop of the sustainability side of the business? Because the data is really very green. Every day you have over 250,000 tons of plastics going into our oceans, and that can tell you what the quantum is on land. It's a very terrible data. In fact, people say we are the waste capital of the world. That's Nigeria, contributing about 42 million tons of waste every year, and about 30% of that is plastic, and less than even 10% is recycled. So when I see plastic, I'm thinking, where are these plastics going to? So you should have hammered more on that. Or I don't know if you have any solution around what happens to your plastic waste. So let me just keep it at that. Do you have responses to that?
Something we started doing like 5 months ago, for people who specifically buy our Greek yogurt and who use it for parties in stores, we give a commission if you return our plastics to you. For the bottle, it's a bit difficult to control that because it goes out to stores. But for the buckets, we give a commission if you return back to us. Now, the second thing we also do is, I live in an estate where the Coca-Cola Foundation partnered with the management of the estate. So we have a recycling wheel in the estate where people throw in bottles and get money. And I happen to be the general secretary in the estate. So I am also privy to people who return those bottles and then we pay them. But it's still not very tidy with bottles, but the plates are secured. We give commissions if you return our buckets to us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very nice presentation. My question is on your waste, not the bottle or the plastic. I know you mentioned exactly. Yeah, please, can you expatiate more on that? Thank you.
When we produce, we have to strain it. That's the traditional way we produce, and we strain in bags. So the liquid that comes out is called the whey protein. I go to one of the events at Landmark. This was 4 years ago, and I saw for the first time whey drink in a pack and tasted it, and that was when I conceived the idea that I can actually recycle my product and use the whey for, I think the way we know it now is the whey protein, the powder one is what people usually have, use people who are building their muscles or want to gain weight quickly. But there's a way you can actually process the liquid one and you can consume it directly, or you can process it and use it for your hair or for your facials, which is what I do now with people who have spas and people who have do facials and do hair. I just give it to them for free because I don't have the machine to process it properly. So that is actually the only waste we have at the moment.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I want to ask if you'll be looking at financing, which aspect of this business do you want us to finance?
Okay, I want to go more and do some automations in the business. And two things I've set out as a goal for this year, a few things, well, two major things for November is to go and get a certification in yogurt production and technology, which will now help me know how to process my waste properly. So if I'm going to go into financing, it's going to be equipment to process my byproducts, because the other ones I already have majorly equipment that would produce this. Another aspect will be my desire is to move out of Lagos. So it will be logistics out of Lagos and partnership, as much as I'm going to partner with distributors, but we're going to own a few flagship stores where we now have maybe depots for where they will pick up. So just those two things, equipment automation and then logistics.
Okay. I just reiterate by saying that your presentation was really nice.
Thank you.
But please, I'd like to go to the slide with your financials.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, it's not so clear. So okay. Okay, so these are your projections till 2025.
Yes.
Where you're looking at making a revenue of 67 million by
2025, which we have surpassed actually in 2023 already.
You've already surpassed that. Where are you currently?
Where am I?
Currently, you say you've surpassed that. So what are you at currently?
At 2023, by the end of the year, 60 million.
Okay, that you're projecting that by the end of the year, you'll be at
From
60
what
million.
we're seeing monthly, we should get there.
Okay. You also,
by December, we will be, from the monthly sales we already have till May at 5.5. So, and this is just on one product. We are going to the market with the Greek yogurts in 3 weeks. So that should hopefully help us more.
okay.
Well, year to date.
Yeah.
Year to date.
Year to date, we're grossing at monthly 5.5 on one product line. That's the bottom.
Okay, so this is revenue we're talking about, not necessarily your PBT, right?
No.
So after deductions, we're looking at.
After deductions is about deductions that stays with us after expenses, salaries, and
Yes.
about 20%.
%20 of 5 million.
Yes.
Okay, that's on a monthly. So let's just say 1 million on a monthly basis.
Yes.
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 Okay, so I'm looking at your cost to income ratio. It's projecting that it will reduce. Yeah, which is fine. But I'm
because of automation.
Because of the automation
Yes.
which you're looking at. Okay, and of course other investments in logistics and co, which should
Yes.
drive it down.
because we have equipment was procured via loan. So as we pay that off, that should actually reduce, and then efficiency, which means we probably produce more, churn out more. So I'm hoping that.
Do you have a loan running currently?
Yes, Lagos State Employee Trust Fund identified a few women and gave loan for equipment funding.
Oh, okay. At what percent?
10%.
10. Okay. Okay. So meaning these projections definitely will change. I mean, going by what we have currently. All right. It should look better than what we have. All right. Okay.
So just to ask, if we are looking at the major players in the industry, I want to mention Daily Frost, right?
So I didn't hear that.
If you want to look at the major players in this EGOT industry, Daily Frost is a major player. Daily Frost, DELIFROST. They also make great yogurts. So if you are looking at your own business, yes, that they are makers of that. Okay. So if you are looking at your own business, what will you say it's the difference between your own business and their own?
So what I discovered is over time, because, and it's a lesson for me, when people get bigger, they intend to cut I don't know if it's cutting costs on the quality of the products.
Okay.
Mine has remained consistently because we also go in stores to try and get feedback. So, and then reachability to customer reduces somewhat because they now have major places where they supply, they ignore a few places. So I tried to cash in on those areas where, you know, people be like, oh, it's too expensive to maintain. And then mine also is price. Okay. I've tried to go in using the price penetration tactics to say, okay, it's a bit cheaper, but it's almost the same quality. So that has helped me to move into more stores. And once they stick to you, they most likely will not go back to.
Okay, so in terms of quality of the product, you can say that you are competing very well with those.
Very well. It's in the league of Farm Fresh, because this is not me just saying this. People they've given the feedback that, oh, it tastes like Farm Fresh, and I'm like, well, you know.
Okay.
Try to be
so relevant. I'm seeing the shelf life at 2 months. So is there how do you manage that? Because I'm saying this is just 2 months. So and this was produced yesterday. It's today 25. Today's 26. So this was produced yesterday. So how do your marketing strategy of selling, you ensure that you sell this? Because if you are giving to, I'm sure you are doing B2B, B2C. If you are going to do customers, end users, and they don't take it on time, if there is any negative feedback, it's your product, they will say that it's expired. Mm-hmm. So how do you ensure that you sell almost immediately?
Okay, so at first it was a bit difficult because we were new, relatively, and they will say, oh, there's no space. Well, freebies helped us with that. And once we realized people were actually buying it quickly because of price, it helped us to push. What we did was just increase pack size. And then they bought in more. And then we realized, okay, we also gave the assurance that we could replace, but we usually always sell out. And then what we do is we follow up quickly to make sure we replace.
Okay, so on an average, how long does it take you to sell a bottle? Like if you produce this today, how long do you think it will sell?
So if we supply a store, within 2 weeks, they are calling us back and they bought almost 150 liters, which would be like one of the largest buying parts. So,
okay. 2 weeks. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, very last question for me. I just think, in line with what he's saying, there should be, something that indicates that, you should consume almost immediately on your,
yes.
It helps to, absolve you of any culpability in that case. But for me, it's your growth strategy. I hear you say you want to spread out to other states. I hear you talk about price penetration through pricing and the likes. But I'm not clear on how you hope to achieve this, bearing in mind that you have competitors already. I hear you talk about the quality of your products being a major, but tell me, so we're looking at 2023 to 2025, what exactly is your own growth strategy focusing on the Lagos market and of course spreading out of Lagos. What do you intend to do and how do you intend to achieve it?
So one of the things that helped us is when we approach a store, they often have branches. So it's one way of going into another state. I would say about 10 stores we currently supply have branches all over. And I'm also speaking to some people who want to go into partnership, distributorship, because I know the cost will literally kill me if I try to do it on my own. So I'm speaking to those 2 ways. Stores who have branches.
So basically leverage on your
And so I guess my own question is,
would just be pre-GBM and now after GBM. What can you say is different? How are you thinking different? And how has that helped your business?
So it has brought me in contact with wonderful minds who have actually united how important it is to work with them. But I left for quite a while. But it has now, it's something I can actually do. It has brought us to life more than ever. This more than how it is that will make environments.
I think that's it from us. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody. All right. Okay. My name is Toba Adenaike. I'm the founder and CEO of Midco Solar Storage. And good morning, Toba Adenaike. Midco Solar. Midco Solar. All right. This morning I will be talking about our organization, Midco Solar. Thank you very much. Okay, my name is Toba Adenaike. I'm the founder and CEO of Midco Solar Storage. And this morning I'll be sharing some couple of things relating to energy mix solution, which we actually came up with. This idea came with us while we're trying to validate this particular idea before GBM. And it's actually talking about energy mix, the preferred solution to power building facilities. And this is when you combine solar, the battery, the grid and generator together, but in different proportions. You know, Midco Solar Storage was actually incorporated in 2017, and we had our first installation call in 2018, January 4th. As an installation company, we focus more on the solar power generation and energy storage. And ever since we started from January 4th, our first installation happens to be for a grandma, residential. But after that, we actually referred. We got a deal with this German company that came to the country at that time. They wanted to deploy for Zenith Bank, and we were selected. We were able to, in fact, that was the first time period we had footprints all over the country. So one way or the other, as we speak right now, Midco had installation virtually at least minimum of three installation virtually in the entire country, every state in the country, including Maiduguri, all right? And after we did that, okay, what we're not looking at right now it's no more news to any one of us. Subsidy has been removed actually on the PMS, and from July 1st next week, the tariff is also going to be increased, and 7.5% VAT has also been removed from added to what's called diesel imports. So looking at all these, it's a big concern for a lot of businesses. So that is one way or the other. At this moment, we strongly believe that what we are doing right now is going to actually make a lot of sense to a couple of customers. But what are we actually now looking at is this. Our energy mix, since we said, is going to contain solar panels, batteries, and a generator with grid. So one thing we try to do in our design is that you're going to be able to generate 50% of your power generation from sun and 30% from energy storage. You can see that now, right now, that we have a lot of electric cars. Well, let me say electric cars in the country, because I have some couple of my friends that have now. Now batteries can drive vehicles. So also we are now also trying to see how we can use batteries also to power buildings also, and 15% from the national grid and 5% from the use of generator. And this is one way or the other how we can actually reduce your consumption from either grid and either using diesel generators. And one thing about energy mix is that it's going to make sure that at least you're able to optimize more of your power from sun, and you'll be able to save enough amount of money. And that kind of amount of money savings that we are actually working at is one game changer for us, in which we are not trying to put together for our customers. So let me quickly give you an insight of a particular facility that we actually deployed this to and is working right now. The first thing we actually did was that we actually changed all their conventional ACs to inverter ACs. The reason we did this was because to bring down the energy consumption, so that we can be able to maximize, be able to use, so that they change all their lightness to lower wattages, all their water pumps or to lower power pumps. You understand? And the grid, from the grid, monthly they spend between 500 to 600, and they will diesel 40,000 liters of diesel monthly. And by the time we deploy our system to this particular facility, a 60 kilowatt power setup, 90 kilowatt also battery storage, which is actually huge. And from the generator, they have 350 and 150. We were able to deploy 120. And the main reason why we did this was that we made them to understand that if you have a smaller capacity of generator to power your facility, coupled with our own energy mix solution, you'll be able to consume less, and which is going to be a significant saving for each and every one of them. So from our outcome, we actually achieved the 50% reduction. I have the data at the back towards the end I'm going to share with us. And interestingly for them, they didn't believe that it could happen. From 4,000 liters to 1,000 liters of diesel was actually used. For the first 3 months, it was just like a game changer for us. And we were able to reduce a lot of maintenance costs for them drastically. And this is actually the architecture of what we're. Now, before we go to that, let me quickly share our financials with us. Like I said, we started 2018. All right, 2018 now. This is actually how our turnover 290 million, 290 million. In 2018, when we started, we were still putting ourselves together. We made a 605,000. In 2019, we actually intensified more on marketing and sales. Mostly, we got most of our deals from referrals. And that is why one of our core values in organization is we must make sure that everything we do according to standard. Standard in such a way that once we got a site done, we always get 2 or 3 referrals from that particular installation. So in 2020, even when in the midst of COVID, where a lot of businesses were going down, we had a little raise up a little bit. Those period, we got some couple of primary care centers for us to power during the COVID. So we were able to make 17 million. In 2021, well, we did find a little bit, but we can still do more, 53 million. And last year was quite interesting, over 100 million. And we felt that, okay, in 2023, we should also be able to do more. But looking at being an electionary year, we now felt that, okay, a couple of things needs to be put in place, a couple of things needs to be changed. We need to up our game, and that is why we are also here trying to see what we can actually do. And our target market right now, okay, let me quickly talk about our competitors. We have 3 big players in the industry right now. Energy, and Energy is a very big player right now. We also have GVE and also Wet Solar. These are actually organizations that are actually playing in the space using this model that we also want to emulate, or we have put together, or at least we'll be able to deploy, put together, done a proof of concept. And our customers we're actually looking at right now are daytime and daily income energy users. And we're actually strategic about this because we know some couple of funds is going to go into this kind of model. And we want a case whereby whoever is actually taking this kind of model from us, they are able to pay. We want them to be, we want to make sure that at least they are making a daily income, or at least a daily, they have a daily inflow of cash. Because with that, that's actually going to help us to be able to also sustain our own idea we're actually trying to sell to them. Now, okay, let me now quickly tell you about the regional building that we actually did. Okay, for the electricity, they spent close to 500,000, over 500,000, like 40,000 liters I mentioned. So monthly they spend 3.5 million on just cost of electricity. And we made them to understand that we can actually reduce this to you guys drastically, and which we actually did for them. So one thing we also did was that we did not just deploy our system and walk away. We also manage it for them day to day, to the extent that every month we don't spend more than, in fact, that is actually the benchmark. We do not spend more than ₦1 million for their cost of electricity. Now, what we are doing that we have an available savings of ₦2 million. So they actually borrowed, and they borrowed. So they were able to pay with some additional fund, at least comfortably, we were able to save ₦2 million for them monthly. So with some additional funds, they were able to use it to service that particular loan they actually borrowed. And this was running for, when we did our calculation, this is actually outside the debt finance, some debt financing. What's the other part? All right. Okay, for some debt financing cost inclusive. But before we actually got this project executed, the total cost of the project was actually 85 million. And they made a down payment of 21 million to us at that time for us to start. 63 million was actually borrowed. And we are looking at a span of 36 months for them to be able to pay up this. And after that, the project, the entire product package becomes theirs. And after that, they will start making a lot of savings, because at that moment, the money is there, or the system is theirs. So for us in Midco, and why we came up with this is that we want a case whereby to be able to replicate this. And we're actually looking for a project facility loan. We don't need that money. We want a case whereby we're able to source for a customer that is ready to go in this drive journey with us, looking at a span of three years, less than 3 years, how this money can be paid. So we're now looking for a project facility loan of 100 million naira, so that we can be able to replicate what we have actually done for so many customers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking at your projection or what you've done so far, let's go back. Okay, is this, because the other slides that were just removed, I saw the project cost at 80-something million. So does this speak to your income alone or your revenue?
Okay, the other project that you saw that we did wasn't actually a direct source to us. So it was like a third party. Okay. So the income to us for us on that project was just our installation cost. Okay. Yep.
So this is your revenue, not your income. That is
yes, this is our revenue.
Revenue
yep.
Without removing all your cost components.
Exactly.
You said, okay, I just wanted to get. Okay, that's true.
All right, I want to understand your model. Would it be like you are selling energy, or let's say, for instance, now I call you to come install, right? And because you mentioned that the person dropped 21 and then you have to source 63.
No, the person dropped 21,
yes,
their own money,
yes,
and they sourced for 63 from the bank.
The same person.
The same person, yes.
Okay, so
yes.
Okay.
So we were actually paid outrightly.
Okay,
for
so
the project.
Not that you are vending power to them.
No.
Okay, so
but at the same time, sorry, sir. At the same time, we actually also help them to manage the entire infrastructure.
Okay.
It's part of actually the contract that for the next 5 years, so before they can start making return on investments. So we're able to help them to manage the entire infrastructure that we actually deployed.
Okay, so that's more like a retainer line for you. Also have maintenance contracts.
Exactly.
Okay.
And they are also paying us for that service monthly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So if you want to deploy to, let's use this building for instance, right? This is a bank branch, and this is it also has other facilities here, right? So if you want to deploy to this facility, yes, you have a mix. So you are saying that the solar panel, the battery, the generator, and then the national grid.
Yes.
So your installation, does it come in one? Can I switch in between? And I say I don't want to use solar, I want to turn on generator. Is it like I'm switching from one line of one source to the other, or your system can accommodate all the flow of power and then decide to choose the one to work? Or how does it work?
Okay, our system can actually accommodate all the peripherals, which is the solar, battery, generator, but we will have actually programmed it in such a way that the first priority should be solar, which is definitely during the day. Okay. Then when the sun is not sufficient enough to power the entire load, that is actually when it now switches to the battery supports. So once the battery gets to a particular percentage, probably 40% or 30% depth of discharge, that is when it will now call in for grid. That is where the savings comes in. So during the day, you might not use the grid at all, depending on the number of panels that is being installed or the number of solar power generation we have during the day. So at that time, even when it's not going to pick up the grid, if grid is available, we have actually programmed in such a way that it's also going to run for some certain period of hours. Hours in the sense that it will power the building and also charge the battery. So let's say 2 hours. So once the 2 hours have actually clocked, we know our battery will have gotten full to maybe to 70 or 80%. So you go back to battery again. So in 24 hours, there's tendency maybe you might run your grid or generator maybe 4 hours out of 24 hours. So for 20 hours, you depend solely on the solar panels and the battery.
Okay, so the system is automated to do those calculations.
Absolutely.
So I can estimate the amount I spend on grid.
On grid, monthly or even daily. So that is why we're able to generate that particular cost, because we show them those statistics before. Then I said, okay, this looks a little bit interesting. Let us see how we can deploy one.
Okay, so that means, let's say during the day there is light, there is national light, and that means the system can choose to use the light or not.
Or not, exactly. It's going to see it, but it's not going to use it. It's going to use it until the battery has gotten to that particular percentage, either 30 or 40. That is where it's going to use it. But after some hours also, it will drop PSCN again and you go back to your solar setup.
And this has been demonstrated in that.
Exactly.
So, okay, I just wanted to ask, can you explain you mentioned 100 million for the project financing for that model? Can you read it out? Can you? I don't understand.
Okay.
Can you explain?
Why we actually looking at
Before you do, please let's go to that slide, the last slide. So that while you're explaining, you would, okay, yeah. Carry on.
Okay, all right. Why we actually asking for this is we just we decided to have a kind of an open loop facility. This is only going to be accessible by the time we have maybe a potential customer that we actually want to relate with. So we know we have this pool here, kind of a relationship. So it's not that the project is actually going to be 100 million. It could be 50 million. It could be 45 million, depending on what we intend to deploy to any of our potential customers.
So, okay, so that means this fund is not really for Medco. It's for your potential customers to fund you.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, what he said that the money that they need, it's to finance their potential customers, which is good actually, which means we could actually partner together. You source for the you look for the customer, and if the customer meets our risk acceptance criteria, absolutely, we can. So it may be on a case by case basis. If you get a customer, we'll see what their needs are or what the cost implication of putting up a solar for them, then we can finance that. Yeah, and since we also have this relationship with each other, we can leverage on that too.
Absolutely,
I think.
Absolutely. Also for us, we also understand that there's still going to be some couple of charges, some kind of. You understand? So the best thing for us is for any of our customer that has this huge, especially the time we find ourselves like this. Now, okay, let me take this one of someone we're actually talking to now. It's a superstore, and when we did their entire calculation in terms of the setup, it's going to cost them 65. Moreover, if they have two locations, not just one. So we're also looking at multi-site location also. So they are considering two of their superstores to be on solar. So they want a case whereby the owner said that, okay, if I'm going to take all this money and put it in solar, then what am I going to buy in my superstore? There's nothing for people to come and buy. So we're looking at this. If when we did our calculation, maybe 1.5 million monthly on each of those stores, 3 million. He said, okay, I can still afford that. You know, and I know my electricity bill is coming down drastically and power is available. The chillers and everything is okay. Power is so in that regard, it looks interesting for him. But in Medco, we don't have 65 million also. You understand? So, but you know, by the time we can look around at this project facility loan that we actually mentioned, that's why I say it's not just 100 million. You understand? It's the case by case, customer by customer, and the need by need.
All right. Okay. Thanks. No, just before he's done, just one last question. I know you mentioned it in the course of the presentation, but I just want to be sure. How many customers do you currently have? Have you deployed this model? Yes, this model to
4.
4. Where are they? Here in Lagos?
Yeah, they're here in Lagos.
Okay.
Interestingly, it's a bank.
A bank.
Yeah. And they didn't use their money.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to know that.
All right, thank you for the presentation. So you have a lot of fancy numbers, and these are credit rules, and that's why they're asking you all of those questions. So my own feedback for you and for everyone who would pitch would be, I think, because I love, doing projects myself, and I love the concept of using pictures to prove that, I have what I say I have, and I can do what I say I can do. So I think it's a good seller for you because you've been doing this. Now, these 4 clients that you have, you could take away the name of the bank if you don't want us to see it, but let's just see pictures of what you have been doing. And it's also nice to see your true financial position. I'm sure the men here can relate. If your wife knows you earn 500K every month and you have borrowed money all around, by the time you pay all the people, you will know whether you will still have 500,000 or maybe 50,000 naira. So as a bank, they need to understand your real financial position. Revenues are sweet to write, 200 million, 100 million, but you have other, OPEX that you have, is expended. Even as a bank, they have revenue, yes, and they have their bottom lines where all the loan loss provisions will hit them and all other expenses, salaries, and also we get to know the true position of, of them as a bank. And if they want to finance you, of course, they will look at what you have at the end of the day. And that can determine, what your cash flow is and what they can avail to you as credit and your capacity to pay back. So, all of these things really matter because it's a demo day and we can see numbers, we can see a lot of words, but let's see at least pictures to show the project you've done. It's a good seller for you. You're not like an ideation kind of business. You have a business that you've been running probably for the past 4 or 5 years. So, it's just a feedback, all right? They are the credit guys. They know what they are looking at. All right, thank you. Yeah. So let's have DreamWorks. DreamWorks. Oh, okay, DreamWorks called in sick. So we would have to go to the next person, Planetova, Nigeria Limited. Are you here? Planetova? Okay. Good day, everyone. Good panel of judges. The name of my company is Planetova Nigeria Limited. It's a waste management business, startup business. Okay, so Planetova Managers is a startup business, and our main aim is to reduce the amount of waste by promoting individual and corporate responsibility to recover waste to its highest and best use. And what I'll be pitching about, we have different, we're into all forms of waste management, plastic waste, cartons, nylons. We're also into upcycling. I'll be focusing on our feed production business, where we get waste food products from food manufacturing companies and use it for to produce animal feed. So food manufacturing companies like Nestle, Nigerian breweries, they get their we get their waste products like spent grains that's gotten from barley that is used to produce beer. We can also get cereal, like cereals waste. So then we process it and use it for farmers. Therefore, the farmers use it to produce animal feed. So next slide. So our target markets, as we said, this business idea was brought up from the steady inflation, the high rise of animal poultry feed. There have been steady high rise due to dollar exchange rates, cost of soya and corn. So instead of buying soya and corn, we can actually get the soya shaft after the food manufacturing companies use the actual soya. We can use the soya shaft and we still get minute protein from it. Same thing with maize, we can get carbohydrates from that. So our target markets are local, our livestock farmers and animal feed processing companies. So they get these products at a very cheaper rate and use it to augment for the high cost of other products like maize and soya. So the solution, like I said, the food waste from food manufacturing companies, we get them and we process. Some of them we come in wet, mushy forms. So we have to dry them. Most times we sun-dry them, then package them. So currently, that's basically what we do. We are more like the middleman between food manufacturing companies, their waste products, and livestock farmers that
need those products for their farm animals. Our revenue stream is transactional revenue model. That's simply we buy this food waste from manufacturing companies and sell to farmers. So that's how we get our revenue. So this is the team. I am the founder. I've worked in the environmental waste management sector for about 7 years. Then I have board of advisories. So once in a while, I go to them for advice. So Planet Over was started. Planet Over started in started in 2021, and our revenue was about 3.5 million naira. The cost of goods we sold is about 1.8, and our gross profit is 1.7. So after the expenses, our net profit is we made about 1.5 million naira in 2021. And in 2022, it also increased to 4.1 million naira with total expenses 500. Our net profit was 3.6 million. And in the first quarter of 2023, we've made about 1.7 million, and our net profit is 1.3 million naira. So we've been able to use this profit to set up. We now have a temporary site where we do the drying and packaging, and we're able to get a hatchback car for movement of staffs and some of our materials. So currently we are seeking for funds. We are seeking for about 15 million naira so we can scale our infrastructure, at least have a bigger infrastructure where we can do our day-to-day activities. Then we need logistics. Currently, our major challenge is logistics because of the high cost of diesel. And petrol is now, they've removed the subsidy. The government has given petrol subsidy. It's also on the news that they will be putting a 7.5% VAT for diesel. Yes, even diesel, importation of diesel. So if we have our own logistics van, like our own small van, it will save us a lot of costs, a lot of expenses, because as the prices of diesel are increasing, that is how the prices of the cost of rentals of this vehicles, these trucks increases. So we also need to procure machineries. Now, this will also enable us, instead of drying, just buy, dry, and sell food, animal feed processing companies. We can actually procure, like buy our own machineries, like the mixer, the palletizing machine, and probably maybe bagging machine for now. So we also need to train our staff on how they can. We also need to train our staff on how they can the procedures of we also need to train our staff to have better understanding of how the machines work. Thank you.
So if I
Go ahead.
so we can hold the mic. Can you all hear me? Am I heard? Who are your target customers? Who are your target customers?
Yes, like I said earlier, our target customers are livestock farmers.
Livestock farmers. Now, I hear you complain about subsidies. So, meaning your operational costs will rise. But are you looking at how you could probably transfer, the expected costs that you're thinking to your customers? And would they be able to afford it so you can still remain in business? Or could you look inward, that's into your own operations and look at what you can stop doing that you don't require for now, You might not want to do everything at the same time. What are those low-hanging fruits that you can do while you're still in business and modeling your business model and ensuring that you're still kept afloat despite all the policy changes that have been made that you think would affect your business in the long run? I'm just trying to talk to you on expectation management. That's what we do. So are you thinking in that light? Because if you're talking about subsidies, what will facilitate your logistics to work, like diesel or PNS, it means you're going to spend more, and to balance that out, you have to transfer some of those costs from which your customers. So would they be able to afford it if you transfer that cost to them?
Thank you very much for the question. So, what's the uniqueness of our business is that we are offering this animal food at a very low cost, because this is something that is gotten from byproducts of food manufacturing company. So they are way cheaper than the conventional animal. Yes. So, and the closer we add to the operations, because now we sell majorly. Yes. So the closer we add to our customers, so that's how the more profits we make. So if we have our own logistics, our own trucks, we won't have to spend a lot on transporting, like a lot on renting those trucks.
So 50 million naira can rent you.
No, I said 50 million can actually get us a small lorry and maybe procure machineries like a mixer for now.
I don't know, I don't see them breaking down every now and that would pitch you back.
What? Sorry, breaking?
Yes, the lorry is breaking down. What kind of lorry do you want to get? How much do you do the lorry? Have you done your homework on cost? Have you looked at logistics, supply chain, what kind of lorries you need? Yeah, you guys are lorry for 1.5 million. You spend 3 million. I'm just
Yes, I understand. I have done all of that. That was how I came up with the 50 million naira. So what is taking bulk of the money?
Can we go back so that you'll be able to hear? Yes.
Okay, yes. So these are the 4 major things we need to get: infrastructure. So we can get a temporary building. It doesn't have to be in a block, just something that have covering. Then logistics, we just need to get a small lorry. There's about 1,000, something that will take about 2-3 tons capacity. Then machineries, for a start, we can get a mixer. We can bag with hand needles. Yes.
Usually the costing is always the challenge. You might think you have your numbers right, but if you don't have, because if you know business more than what, but I'm just looking at the amount.
And we're also getting money from our sales, our day-to-day sales.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You just took it out of my mouth, especially on the logistics. Like you said, cost of diesel, cost of PMS going up, and because of that, we want to get your own van or lorry to convey. It's not going to reduce the cost of diesel because you still have to buy those diesel and PMS to be able to run the vehicle. I'm coming. But if you're able to actually transfer those costs to your consumers, it will be better for you, because it's another headache getting a lorry. You mentioned breakdown, you're going to the mechanic every now and then. I don't think at this stage you also take that headache, let this business take up that headache, additional headache. Then another thing, I don't know if you've been able to dimension the cost implication of all this too, to your business, both the interest cost, etc., and then how you intend to repay. Scale infrastructure. I'm sure you're talking about maybe a warehouse or a place where you can actually process that. So what's the cost implication of that? Do you know how much that will cost? And then procurement of machinery, you were saying maybe just a mixer. Is it that you've not decided on the actual machinery that you want to use and how much it will cost to procure that? Thank you.
Okay, so for the infrastructure, we are renting a warehouse for it. We're not getting a permanent building. We're not buying a land.
How much is it?
It's about 2.5 million yearly in Agbara. That's towards Badagry. Yes, ma'am. So then for the procurement of machineries, I have done my research, and basically for an animal feed processing plant, you need a mixer, you need a palletizing machine, and you need a bagging machine. So we can take one step at a time. So we can get a mixer while we use our hands to.
Yeah, but you mentioned that you're just trading, you purchase this waste and you give it to the people who produce the feed. Or do you now want to go into production of
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So that is more like we want to upscale. This is the next stage of the business. So we are not just being the middleman. We want to also make our own feed, thereby making more profits.
Okay.
And distribute to end farmers, end users.
Do you know how much you mentioned mixer, but do you know how much they are? Because the same way you said, but do you know how much so that we know what total is 15 million?
Okay, yes, I didn't include it here, but I think I should have done that here. But I know the actual prices of all of that.
Yeah, but it's inside the 15 million. So
No, ma. Procurement of machineries. So I just want to, the main machinery we need currently is a mixer.
How much is a mixer?
Mixer is about 4 million naira. So yes, ma'am.
Okay. So from what you're saying, it's more like you want to start adding value to the waste you are collecting.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not just sending it to, because they are, we sell to farmers and we also sell to animal feed processing companies. So instead of sending it to them, we can actually make our own poultry, livestock feed and sell to farmers at a higher rate.
Okay, so in terms of nutrients, right? The waste, the waste you are selling is just a component of the feed.
Yes, sir.
Right. So do you have experience in terms of the quantity, the mix of what eventually makes up the feed that they give the poultry, chicken, and all those things? Do you have that experience? You are what you are doing now. You're only selling. Let's say this is the yogurt. You're only selling the
finished product.
The cup. Do you have experience in what it takes to make the content of the feed?
Yes, sir. So I have worked in a farm, and in that farm they have their livestock. They produce their own feed. So I worked in a farm for about 4 years.
Okay.
Yes. So I know how it's done. It's just fundings.
Okay.
So yes, that's why I'm starting. I said I just need fundings. That's why I started from the scratch, and I'm trying to grow.
When you worked in the farms, what section of the farm did you work in?
Okay, I came in as an attendant, a poultry farm attendant, and grew to the position of a supervisor. So yeah, so I know how feeds are being processed, like from raw materials to finished products. Yes, yes, ma'am.
I know you said currently you are selling to like other people to do it, but now you want to no longer be the middleman and actually sell it. So have you weighed, I guess, costs and profits from? Obviously, you're selling to them and they're giving you the sales, right? So if you're not going to do it yourself, have you weighed, I guess, the costs and profits for that side? And is it cheaper? Is it for you to do that and then actually be someone to do that? Getting your money back, or more profitable for you to do it yourself? Have you, I guess,
Yes, I have weighed the cost. It is more profitable because this is feed. the closer you are to the finished product, the more profit you make. Now, I can have a maybe pack. I buy from food manufacturing companies at, say for instance, 200 naira per kilo. We buy in kilograms, and I might be selling for 300 naira, just 100 naira profit. But then this livestock, animal feed processing companies, they can sell a feed as high as 500 or 600 naira per kg. So, but then they have the structure to process these feeds.
Okay, so you want to go from the, okay, so you want to basically start manufacturing animal feeds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so let's have the next person, Maisola. Maisola. Is Maisola here? Maisola. Okay, let's have Sweep Foundation. Please, let's keep it under 5 minutes. Let's not go beyond 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Wesley Phillips. I'm the founder of Sweep Foundation. It's a recyclable waste collection, sorting and processing enterprise. Sweep Foundation actually started year 2020. Is this the first? Started in year 2020. Something is wrong. I don't think that's. Okay, started in year 2020, and as we called ourselves a statewide waste and environmental education foundation. We are primarily an NGO that's into environmental waste education. We saw a gap within the sector, and we thought we could bridge that gap, and we formed the Sweep Foundation. And in the course of our work, we came up with an initiative called the Waste in the City Initiative. I don't think this is the second edition, but maybe I should. Yes. So the Waste in the City Initiative actually runs a community-wide plastic waste collection facility with a set of waste collection infrastructures that we deployed across our target communities, especially in Surulere local government area, Itire Kate local government area, Kokagoda local government area, and Yaba, is it Lagos mainland local government area, where we have a set of purpose-built waste collection tricycles that we deployed across these places, and we also deployed a number of receptacles, cage-like bins that we designed and deployed 120 of that across different locations, working with the CDAs and the CDCs and the resident associations. So every day our tricycles, cargo tricycles, go out from location to location, harvesting these plastics from the different receptacles. We have 5 number of cargo tricycles for this purpose and 120 number of receptacles deployed across different locations. Now, at a point of our growth, we realized that we cannot continue functioning as an NGO and as an enterprise at the same time. So there was the need to separate both. And that happened last year with the registration of Urban Waste Dynamics Limited to harvest the business aspects of what Sweep Foundation is doing. And this year we are looking to scale up our activities under the Urban Waste Dynamics Limited, while Sweep Foundation focuses on advocacies, awareness, and so on and so forth. We were able to secure Before now, we have a facility somewhere. This picture is taken from that facility somewhere at Olani Street between Mushin and Surulere local government, where we use as a material recovery facility. And we are harvesting approximately, give or take, 11 tons of plastic monthly, which we succeed in baling about 7 to 9 tons monthly, because the space is a very small one. So there was the need to scale up to expand our facilities and infrastructure. So we secured a new facility at number 30 Onibore Street, Ekate Surulere, which is much larger. We also constructed a purpose-built facility covering a shade that now allows us to scale up our activities. We are limited when we were at Olani. We are still at Olani. We intend moving into the new facility this month because we have finished construction. But we are limited because of space. We could not harvest all the materials that are available for us to harvest. So now that we have moved into a new facility, we are trying to solve a problem that we are not able to entirely solve because of lack of space, because plastics and other recyclable waste actually occupy a lot of space. So the problem we are trying to resolve now is the problem of the global plastic problem, which in Surulere particularly is a problem, especially at the Lut and Idiaraba angle, and there is this very notorious area, Akobi Crescent. So we have deployed a lot of infrastructures there to harvest this challenge, address the situation. Please, can you go to the next? So that's the problem we are trying to solve. We're now proposing, presently, we have this kind of tricycles, 5 number of them, that traverse the nooks and crannies of Surulere and these environs. But just like everybody have said, fuel price increase, removal of subsidy, increase in tariff, and so on and so forth. We realize that it's becoming almost difficult to continue with the cargo tricycles, especially for far distances, is unable to cope now that we have a larger facility to accommodate the plastics. These tricycles do tons. They go, there's a call for evacuation, they go, come back, there's another call. They continue to go and come, running fuel and diesel and so on and so forth. So we are proposing that if we're able to get a more durable, larger trucks that will be able to collect more. So our trucks, maybe just 1 or 2, will be able to go out once in a day, and just like the Loma trucks do, harvest all that there is to be harvested for the day. And when it comes back, it's coming back with a larger amount of plastics for the facility to deal with. So I think we'll be able to achieve more because there is more space to be filled now. This won't be able to, this won't be doing the turnaround, going and coming, going and coming. In fact, some of them, they do up to 7, 8, 9 trips per day. So if we have three tricycles running about, it's crisscrossing. So we need to now take collection to the people at the grassroots. We want to have a truck that we can fit in with skills, weighing skills, and other infrastructures that will help the people at the grassroots level to harvest this thing. That's the solution we are trying to produce. We want to see a situation where we have dedicated days that our trucks attend to Itirekate, go to tomorrow they are going to so place, next tomorrow they are going to so place, and it is known, it is documented, and the people at the grassroots level, they know when our trucks is coming, because we're going to have specialized ringtones that we play, our trucks play, and the people will know that the swift truck is around, and they will start coming out with their waste recyclable waste for our collection. Please, the next one. Yes, we are playing in a market that is said to be approximately about 500 million naira worth in size. And that is what we are doing, and we are actively involved in playing in this market. And we are getting a little chunk of what is happening within the sector. Please, the next one. Our model, we run a model that collects, sorts, and processes this recyclable waste using our material recovery facility. This is the expanded one. This picture is taken from the expanded one, but it's not a whole picture. So when we succeed in sorting them, we build them, and our off-takers are always on hand to off-take from us. The next slide. Yes, we have some stiff competition from recycle points, from recyclers, and waste exchange. But nevertheless, just 2 years down the line, we are one of the most fundamental or most visible plastic waste collection facility, especially in Lagos. We have a team. Okay, why choose us? We present ourselves for funding because presently we are addressing waste recycling apathy, and we are bringing about behavioral change amongst communities. Well, how are we doing this? You see, a lot of people are willing to recycle, but they do not have access to the opportunities to recycle. Especially now that things are, even transportation is becoming costlier, people are not able to transport this to different locations where they can recycle. So we want to take this thing to them, to their doorsteps. We are removing barriers because some of them don't want to be seen to be carrying recyclable waste. They think it is demeaning for them to do that. So we are removing those barriers to that. And we are incentivizing them, giving them value for the recyclable waste that they give to us. Yes, we are categorizing our communities and dividing them into divisions and creating different places for our team to attend to. So our people are able to know what location they are to attend to. We want to start deploying motorized recyclable waste collection units. We want to take recyclable waste collection to the doorsteps of the households and the different families. Yes. Our management team is led by myself, then Mr. Obodo, then Tayo Adaramola. This is the SWIP Foundation team, and we are doing great exploits within the sector here in Lagos, especially. We're also in Anambra and Enugu State. Our present facility at Olaniyi is this. That picture is taken from our present facility. I don't know, this is not the picture that's supposed to be here. So we are looking for at least some of 35 million naira to increase infrastructure, expand our infrastructure, acquire at least 2 number of proposed fitted trucks for massive collection, because our calculation is that to beat the inflation that has come by reason of a fuel subsidy removal, let us, like Dangote used to do, pick from very small households, pick from more people, increase the number of recyclables that come in daily. If we're able to do that, then we'll be able to reduce costs. I think the reason why the cost is so high is because we just pick, we deal with 11 tons monthly. If we're able to increase with the same resources, with the same infrastructure, if we increase to 20 tons per month, 25 tons per month, we'll be able to reduce the cost. We also, okay, what's that? What's the last one? Please, can you go back? Okay, okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so Yes, you added photos, but I wanted you to add your financials. You know, yes, you're right. Yes, you had no financials. We just saw 35 million somewhere at the base of your slide. So you see, the thing about this plastic waste recycling is that there is already a value chain that exists. Yes, fundamentally between the informal sector and the formal sector. So it's either you leverage on waste pickers who pick the waste and bring it to commercial aggregators like, for example, equipment to bail and process a bit, they store it until it gets to a certain quantity. They have off-takers who are ready to just, so it's a very simple value chain, a three-step value chain. So we're actually working with Coca-Cola Foundation in 6 states doing this. So I know a bit about it, even though I'm not an actual player in the field. So the challenge is always the collection of how to collect. The off-takers are not the problem. In fact, the people who are ready to buy whatever amount of plastics you have. But to source those plastics, to get to that quantum that they need is always the challenge. So if you read this presentation very well, it's about collections, about volumes. In fact, 5 tons a month is small. The aggregators we're working with at the moment in each state, in a month, they're doing about 60 tons. All right. In fact, if I can tell you for free that if you're doing up to 100 tons a month, I will work with you. To see your financials, you cannot start big. Of course, you have to start from somewhere. Even those who are doing 60 tons today. So if we have seen your financials, you can think of skills that I'm talking about NCIC, not progress banking. I'm not speaking for progress. The credit gurus are there. They're the ones who determine. So you should have had your financials because I know bank will not fund social activities and you want to see what you're doing right. How much, even if it's as last year, so that they can kind of project what you would do, revenue-wise, if they were to fund you certain ways. But that's for them to decide. But I'm just saying, if you're demo day like this in front of potential investors and financiers, it's always good to show the numbers and not a story about what you do. What you do is fantastic. Of course, you want the plastics off the street. As I told you, we're working right now with the corporate. So I understand the value chain. I know how it works. The challenge is always how to collect. Most of them are lucky to have infrastructure to collect. They leverage waste pickers. Each one of them is working with 800 waste pickers or even 1,000 waste pickers. So it's easy for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us as a cluster to get it, and they have hundreds of clusters around. So they just sit down and the waste pickers come to them. Cash-based value chain. As we're paying the plastics, we're paying us the money. Don't tell us to come back for a club. So the integrity of the aggregator towards his obligation to the waste pickers is what keeps that loyalty and attachment between the waste pickers and the person, the aggregator. So you need funds to buy the plastics of the waste pickers. But if you have a community that picks waste within your that's also fine. The model is not sacrosanct, but I don't know how you collect your own waste. But we would love to see your financials. That's my own take. They have questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like you said, for banks, what is paramount? One part of it, it's your cash flow, which you didn't show us, At least it will give us an idea of what you've done thus far and how you've been able to manage your revenue, and if you're profitable thus far to get it, and we'll know how much will be left for you to meet repayment obligation of any support the bank is going to give you. But it's not here. Maybe you could, we can get it next time, Yep. That's it for me.
Well done, sir. Sorry, can I ask, are you the one who prepared your slides yourself? Oh, okay. Because I was wondering, so many times you said, this is not supposed to be here, this is supposed to be here. And I mean, it could have been better if you didn't even say it at all. We wouldn't know. I mean, rather than telling us that this is not supposed to, it just showed some form of disconnect. But either ways, I'm very much interested, just like, and I'm glad he shed a whole lot light on this business, on what you do. I'm very much interested in the value chain as to how it goes from the collections to the off-takers and the likes. And I was most interested when you said you had quite a number of infrastructure along the Surulere and there was one other Mushin and one other place. I just wanted to know what form of infrastructure we're talking about. It will help me understand basically because you made so much emphasis on the infrastructure you have already put in place in these areas. So I just want to tie that to the value chain he was talking about and the nature of your business, because I'm quite interested in what you do so far. And you also said something about you doing it as an NGO thus far. For how many years?
Okay, so let me answer. Which one do I go first?
Okay, okay, just go on.
I said we were registered 2020 as an NGO, and we did that up till now. Today, or since the beginning of the year, we started thinking about separating with the increase of activities, especially in waste collection. We started thinking of separating the NGO and to start
it as a full business, as a standalone business. Okay.
Yes, that is what we are trying to do now.
Okay.
We formed Urban Waste Dynamics Limited to harvest that aspect from the NGO. So we have not started, all we have been doing up until now is NGO social enterprise stuff. It is now that we want to start running it as a business. And when we start running it as a business, the fundamentals will change. The management structure will change. Financing, expenditure, and other sorts will change. We'll have to restructure, separate it entirely from. So talking about the infrastructures we have, all we had as an NGO, like I said, we fabricated these receptacles. Some of them we appeared in the photos, and they are 120 in numbers. We deployed them in collaboration with the CDAs and CDCs. So each CDA, Lagos State is divided into CDAs and CDCs. So most of the CDAs in Surulere, Itire, Kate, Koka, Kuda, Yaba, each of those CDAs has one receptacle domiciled within their jurisdiction. They take care of it. When we come harvest the plastics from those receptacles, they are weighed, they are paid, the CDA is paid monthly for what is harvested from their jurisdiction.
You pay the CDAs?
Yes, because we take them back, build them, and sell them off to off-takers. So we make money, then pay the CDAs, pay those that give them to us. So those are the infrastructures I say that we have, 430 of them, and they are deployed across those locations. And I also said that, I mentioned that we have this 5 number of cargo tricycles branded in our name that goes out daily. Each of those CDAs call us. They say, our receptacle is filled up. Can you come and evacuate them? So we send the cargo tricycle to go and pick them up. So we do not wait for PSPs, those waste pickers. No, our model is not using them. Okay. Our model is depending on, because we pride ourselves as having premium bales, clean, neat, that have not gotten into the gutters or have not gotten into, we harvest from eateries, fast food joints and places like that. So our plastics are very clean, and they come at a price from our off-takers because of the model we run. It is different from the other models.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think that was where I was trying to go. That do you use the normal street guys that go around pick? So you don't use those guys?
No, we don't. We don't use them.
So your own is more of household.
We do household. We do household.
Okay, so if you are looking at if you were having a conversation about financing, I didn't hear specifics on what you want. If you are talking to us now, saying that you will need some money, what will you be using the money to do? Is it
like I said, our tricycles, because those tricycles are small in size, they are not able to carry so much when they go out at a time. So they have to continue making those trips. They go to Itesuwaju CDA, come back, go to Providence Bank CDA, come back, go to another CDA, come back. I'm saying that we want to have a truck, a single truck or thereabouts, something like that, maybe two. That once it goes out in a day, like the Loma truck, it does not come back until it has harvested all that there is to be harvested for the day. And when it finally gets back, it has done one trip. We believe that by so doing, it will collect more. And by so doing, we will reduce costs on fuel and other.
So it's not economics of scale for you. You're trying to reduce. So do you think that the larger the truck, the lesser your expense in terms of?
Yes, we think so, that the larger the truck, the more that is collected daily. Because by the time these tricycles, by the time they do.
Will the truck compress it at that point in time?
It may not compress. But
so that means the
space
is still the same?
No, the space won't be the same because the truck is larger.
Yes, if it's a larger truck and it's not compressed, if it's a small tricycle, let's say a tricycle will go 5 trips to be able to harvest a particular, let's say 10 tons, it will go 5 trips. But if you have...
Each of the tricycles carries about 65
No,
kg.
I'm just making example, like if 10 tons will take for the tricycle 5 times to go. You are saying that one truck can go do that at once.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So in terms of the quantity to be taken, how does that affect in terms of quantity for you? You mentioned sometimes that is a quantity that is the meat of this business. As much as you can get, I'm sure we have clients even in the system that buys these PET bottles, like that we can also make referrals, but their conversation has always been volume. So do you think that if you get the truck, you'll be able to get more?
I think so. I believe so. I know so. It is. That's what's going to happen.
So that means there is ready market.
Most times, sometimes the day is done and more customers are calling for evacuation, but we can't go anymore because the tricycles can't.
So you are saying there is more opportunity for this?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm trying to put myself in your shoes, but we don't even have enough time. But for me, I would just think what you need is, sorry, do you get those plastics free of charge? Do you get those plastics free of charge? You pay, right? Do you have a collection center where you collect your plastics? Like those restaurants, do you have like a large bin there or something? You have receptacles, yeah? Okay. No, I'm looking at a way or a model where you would reduce your operational cost. Honestly, I don't even think you need a truck. As I told you, we're doing this, right? And I saw all these challenges. And what we did was just to use the aggregators as a magnet to those who bring plastics to them. If you have 35 million naira today and you're ready to buy plastics from those who source plastics, You will sit there where you are. They will bring those plastics to you. You will not go anywhere. It's working. I don't know why it's like that in Lagos, but in those states, just have the money, advertise. My name is Damilola Plastics. I have money to buy plastics. Clear plastics, you'll be amazed. She will just sit down there, the plastics will come. You don't have to buy diesel and run around with trucks. The plastics will come. There will be your restaurants, there will be your plastic source. All your off-taker is going to do is because the whole strategy is your off-taker will bring his own truck. Yeah? And all your guys will do is just to load that truck. He pays you your money and you cash out, you're good. But this, you only need more money. You're going to be servicing your truck. You're going to be fueling that truck. And this Lagos, traffic is going to kill you. I mean, like you'll be burning and burning. I mean, I don't see it working with that model. Have the money to attract the waste pickers who will bring the plastic to you and you're good. It has worked. So I believe it should work for you too. Thank you. So let's move to the next person. Yeah. MN Environmental Services. What? Okay, so she'll be presenting virtually. All right, MN, over to you. Can she tell us? Okay, you have to unmute her.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jife Williams from MN Environmental Services Limited.
That's Jife, right? Jife, please unmute yourself and start your presentation.
Yeah, can you hear me? I've unmuted myself.
Jife, please go ahead. We can't hear you though.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, fantastic. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jife Williams, the co-founder of MN Environmental Services Limited. First of all, I'd like to thank Nigerian Climate Innovation Center and Providence Bank for the opportunity to participate in the Green Business Management course and also to pitch to you today. I will start with a short story. Some years ago, the founders of MN Environmental Services Limited carried out an environmental sanitation program in Obalende community in Lagos State. Obalende community, as we all know, is close to Ikoyi and VI, eyebrow locations in Lagos State. And during the rainy season, we find that the streets get flooded and homes get flooded. So based on this, the founders of MN Environmental Services carried out an environmental sanitation program in Obalende community where we mobilized residents through the Landlords Association and Community Association, the CDAs, Community Development Association. And what we did essentially was to mobilize residents to clean the environment, clean the streets, and clean the drains. We also sensitized them to the correlation between poor hygiene practices and their health. So we're passing on health messages like, if you don't clean your environment, your drains will be clogged and you now get malaria, typhoid, dysentery, and all of the illnesses associated with poor sanitation and unclean environments. But what we found during that exercise was that most of the gutters were filled with plastic bags that contained human waste. On further investigation, we found that many residents live in single room accommodation, but they share facilities. So when you wake up in the morning, as early as 6 o'clock, and you need to go to work, and you live in a 10-room apartment sharing one facility, so there's a long line to use the toilets. So what people do is they go into the privacy of their rooms, they help themselves in bags, and on their way to work, they dispose of their waste in the drains and sometimes in dustbins if they can find it. And this, sadly, is the case all around Lagos. You find that people do not have access to clean, affordable toilets and shower facilities where they can answer the call of nature in private and also in a decent way. So MN Environmental Services, what is the solution we're offering? MN is offering access to clean, modern, safe, culturally sensitive public toilets and shower facilities that will be situated in markets, bus stations, underserved and unserved communities. Each MN toilet will be made out of containers. We use either a 20-foot container or a 40-foot container, depending on the size of the population in whatever location we have decided to place the toilets. So each MN toilet will have the following internal features: 6 WCs, 4 wash and basins, 4 urinals, and 2 shower facilities. We would also have, each MN toilet will have the following external features: a borehole, overhead storage tanks, biodigesters for safe treatment of waste collected from the facilities, and solar paneled energy. Each facility will be manned by staff who are trained professionally to deliver on the services, clean services, and also to pass on health messages to the users. Our users would pay 100 naira. They currently pay 100 naira to use the toilets and 150 naira to take a shower. And so the cost of each facility. In the first year, what MN is asking for is, our plan is to build 5 facilities in 2023 to 2024, and 10 facilities in the second year. And by the end of the 5th year, the plan is to have 50 facilities all around Lagos. The revenue from the user charge. So our revenue will be collected from user charge. We currently operate 2 facilities, one in Antony Taxi Park, and through a partnership with PPL, who are the managers of Oshodi Transport Interchange. Through those 2 facilities, we are serving 1,000 people daily. Each facility, if we use the 40-foot container, each facility would cost 14 million naira. But if we use the 20-foot container, each facility costs 11.3 million. Like I said initially, it depends on the size of the population in the targeted location. But the unit economics of each facility, we expect to have an annual turnover revenue of 16,425,000 naira from each operating unit. The direct cost of managing those facilities, and the direct costs would include consumables, staff salary, and minor repairs, is 5.8 million naira annually. The gross profit is 6.5 million, and the net profit is 3.6 million naira. What we're asking for, the gross margin for our business model is 53%, and the profit margin is 30%. What is our ask? MN Environmental Services is asking for funding to build 5 new facilities in 2023-2024. We currently have an arrangement with Lagos State government through the Ministry of Environment, where they provide us the land on which we build these facilities under management concession contracts. So Lagos State will provide the land, and we, MN, will raise the funds to build, operate, and manage those facilities. What is my conclusion? Sanitation, we believe, is the only supply chain that meets its customers every day. People cannot simply ignore their daily sanitation needs, as there's no alternative, unlike eating. So if you have the call of nature, you have to answer the call of nature. What are the options available to you in Nigeria at the moment? You can either do it openly, which is the major problem we're trying to address, as the Sustainable Development Goal 6.2 says, to provide by 2030 access to clean toilets for all. So you can either help yourself do your business openly, or, as we find in markets and bus stations at the moment, use facilities that are simply poorly managed and unhygienic. Or, as I said in my opening story, you help yourself privately within your room in what we call flying toilets, and you empty it in the drain. And whichever of those options you choose, they have environmental impacts. They affect public health, and they affect climate change. So I'll stop here for now and answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Jifa. I'm particularly happy that you are trying a topical issue around Nigeria that's traveled globally. I think Nigeria is one of the top 10 countries where open defecation challenge is really up there in terms of our positioning on that challenge and other wash-related challenges. But if honestly, I would have loved if you had slides to present. She had slides? No, I mean, if you had slides and had shared the slides, it would help us with keeping up with the numbers and projections you were talking about. I understand you have a business model, or rather a business plan. I understand you have a prospective partnership with the Lagos State government, but we would have loved to have some visibility around your numbers, because that's what the pitch session is all about. That will determine how viable you would be able to show capacity to deliver on any credit facility advanced to you. Having said that, do you have this currently as a running business, or is just an idea or a concept you are trying to put into play? I hear there's so much around it. It's going to be solar powered. It's going to have a biodigester, meaning you're going to, create some power related source through biodigestion, or I want to understand the dynamics of that. So two questions. One, is it just an idea or a concept you have, or do you have it currently as a running business?
Okay, so I'll be able to answer that. Unfortunately, I was unable to share my slides, but I think that Ada at NCIC will be able to share my slide on my financing model, my financials. But in terms of if it's just an idea, it is not just an idea. So after we carried out the environmental sanitation project in Obalende community, we went on to provide public toilets for the community. And what we did was we had to locate the toilet in a place that is close enough to the residential part of Obalende community and also to the bus station. So there was a bus station beside the McGregor Canal. And if you allow me, I'll just tell a short story. And when we identified that location for the toilets, together with the Community Development Association, the Landlords Association, and the Lagos State Ministry of Environment, and also the local government the local government, we found that the bus, the transporters, they kicked against it. They didn't want the toilets there. But what we also noticed was that the McGregor Canal was used as an open toilet. So even standing there and having the conversations with them, the engagement meetings was almost impossible. The stench was offensive, and there was a lot of sandflies. So after a series of engagements with the transporters, they conceded a part of the park where we installed these facilities. And we started off with 6 toilets and 4 showers. But at the end of it, we expanded to 10 toilets and 6 showers. And the number of users grew from 60 daily to 600 users. And we've gone on from Obalende community to provide a facility at Antony Taxi Park. And we also, we are providing management services to the developer of the Oshodi Transport Interchange. So what we do there, we manage the facilities and we collect the daily revenue. And we have also provided management services to Lagos State. So in a nutshell, this is not just an idea. It's something we have done. We've seen it being operated. We have operated and managed public toilets. Thank you.
Thank you, Jufere. I think you've answered most of my questions in the course of your explanation. The credit team of Progress Bank to ask you if they have.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for your presentation. I'll just be very direct. First and foremost, for the concessioning, are you paying anything to the Lagos State government, or the local government for the land that you're going to use?
Yes, we have to pay a monthly levy to Lagos State government.
Okay, so is that built into your projections, your financials?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And what we've done in the past, we've paid them monthly levies.
Okay, to the tune of, can you just give me an idea, please? Like how much, on the average, how much does it cost for such concession?
Okay, so when we worked with the Lagos State Central Business District, we're paying 100K on a monthly basis as monthly levies to them. 100,000 naira.
Sorry, we lost. Okay, that's fine. Now you talk about collections. What's your means of collections?
Collection in terms of revenue, user charges.
In terms of user charges, yeah?
Yes, so what happens, a typical MN toilet will have, is staffed by a number of personnel. So we would have a supervisor, we would have a ticket collector, and we'll have 3 hygiene officers. So when you come to the facility, you pay your 100 naira to the ticket collector and you are granted access. Now, we observed over the years that there is a cash leakage using that system. So what we've done, we have partnered with an organization called Touch and Pay, where we have stopped collecting cash at the facility in Oshodi Transport Interchange. So what we do is users come with their cowrie cards, which is linked to the cards they use on the buses. And what they do is they just tap. We have a device which was provided by the company Touch and Pay, and they tap and they're granted access to use the toilets.
Oh, okay. And this means will be used across all your proposed locations.
Yes, if they are served, because we find that the carry cards are used on the long buses, the blue buses, and they're going to be linked to rail lines. So if our facilities are located in those bus terminals, then it's going to be used there. But if the facilities, we have to locate our facilities where the buses don't go through, we have an added security. One of the things we've included in our model is to introduce the turnstile people counter that would count how many people go in and come out of the toilets.
Well, that'll still be cash, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, please, just one more thing for me. I'm seeing what you put up here as your operating model, and first year 5 facilities, second year 10 facilities. But could you just help me break it down? Let's use a case scenario using one of those facilities. I heard you say to provide one of them, the 40 feet facility will come to about 14 million. Did I get you right?
Yeah, 14 million to be exact, 14,178,000 naira.
Okay, 14 million. All right, then I heard you talk about annual charges, direct costs and all that coming to about 6 million.
Yes, so from a facility that cost 14 million, the cost of construction, the annual revenue, which will be from user charges only,
Yes.
assuming that we have 450 users daily, would be, in a year, would be 16,425,000 naira. Then the direct cost of operating those facilities, and the direct cost covers staff salary, consumables, minor repairs, would be 5.8 million naira.
Okay.
Then the gross profit is 6.5, and the net profit is 3.6. That would be for one facility that consists of 6 WCs, 4 wash and basins, 4 urinals, and 2 showers. Then would have the following external features: 1 borehole for sustainability, sustainable water supply, overhead storage tanks, biodigesters for safe treatment of waste collected, and solar power.
Okay, well, you're not putting in the cost of the facility itself.
The cost of construction or the cost of
the facility?
The loan?
Yes.
Of the loan.
Hello?
Is that the cost of the constructing the facility or of the loan?
Yes, the cost of the facility itself.
Cost of constructing the facility?
Yes, which is the 14 million that we talked about.
Yes. Yeah, it's covered in, so by the time if you look at the direct cost and the gross profit and the net profit, the cost of repaying the loan is the difference. It's part of that,
Your loan repayment is built into your direct costs. That's what you're saying.
It's built into, it's the difference is built into the gross profits and the net profit. So if you look at the difference between the gross profit and net profits.
Sorry, I'll have to interrupt you, Jafar. So you have a facility, and we're using one facility as a model to understand your business. So if Jafar has one facility, that facility is valued at how much? We just want to know how much one facility will cost.
The development cost is 14,178,000 naira.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Okay. All right, ma'am. Please, can you, let's take the numbers one after the other so we can see your profit line. Right. So you said the cost is 14.
Yes.
0.1. So on the average, how much do you generate on that facility?
16,425,000 naira.
With 2.3. Is that correct?
16,425,000 naira.
So we are left about 2.3.
Yes, yes, you are.
It's 2.3 now. This should say our operating profits, right?
Yeah, but we are not paying. So that's if you're assuming that you are going to pay the infrastructural costs in the same year. Yeah.
Okay. So this 14 million now, has it factored in your salaries, overhead, and everything?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't factored it in.
So how much does that come into?
That's the direct cost, 5,810 naira. 5,810,000 naira.
It's a bit. Is this 5.5? Is it part of the 14 million already?
No, that's the 14 million is the cost of constructing the structure, the toilets, which would have the WCs, the wash and basins, the containers, the borehole, overhead storage tanks, and biodigesters. Now, the direct cost is the operating cost. So once you've put the structure in place, you have to operate the facility. And what are the direct costs? The direct cost would be the staff salary, would be the consumables, the cleaning items you use on a daily basis for cleaning the facilities.
Thank you, Ife. To summarize it, what you're telling us is that your CapEx is not included in the cost here. You try to amortize it in a different way.
We
right?
amortize it over a number of years, yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Ife. And it's good that we were able to also get a proof of concept from the one that you have done before. But what I didn't see is that you gave us a projection. You didn't give us an idea of what your actual is, since we already have a POC. Do you get it? Presently, where are you? What's the cost implication of what you're doing now? And then what's your next profits? Like, do you have an idea of what it is? At least that will give us an idea so that we could also use it to compare the projection you gave us.
Yes, so currently we serve 1,000 customers daily out of 2 locations. And the annual revenue from those locations is 36 million naira from both locations. But as I said during my presentation, we operate out of Oshodi Transport Interchange, where we manage the facilities for them. So the revenue we collect is handled by MN, but is paid into a common account that is managed by the partners. But out of that 36 million, which we collect on the annual basis, which comes to about just under 3.2 million naira monthly, 30% of that goes towards salaries, consumables, and the operating cost. And what is left is placed in an account which is managed by the developer of the transport, Oshodi Transport Interchange. Yes. So that's where we are at the moment.
Okay, that means the CapEx for the one that you're managing now wasn't funded by you. It was funded by a third party.
No, it wasn't funded by us. No.
All right.
All right, thank you. I think we have to go to the next question. Thank you, Jafet. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Please stay with us till the end. So we have Frontier. No, I saw a chat from Mais Solar. Is Mais online, joining us virtually? Mais?
Yes, I'm online. I'm online.
Fantastic.
I'm here. I'm online.
Okay, we hear you. So can you, do we have his picture?
Can I be allowed to share the screen?
Yes, we would give you sharing rights.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Mais Solar. Yes, you have sharing rights. Go ahead, Mais. Go ahead.
I appreciate. Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate this opportunity to present. Mais Solar is a solar energy company, and we have our sister company called Looptel International Limited. We are proposing a telecom energy OPEX for Nigerian telecom markets, or telecom infrastructure companies. My name is Akinlabi Akimbo. I'm the MD, CEO, and founder of Looptel International Limited.
Sorry, please just hold on a sec, please. Okay. Let's, if we can work on the sound. We can barely hear what you're saying, sir.
Hey, I'm sorry. Hello? Hello?
Okay, it's better.
Hello, okay. Thank you very much. I am Akinlabi Akimbo. I'm the founder of Looptel International Limited. We are providing telecom energy OPEX service. The problem is that all over the country, we have more than 62,000 base stations, and they are powered with 2 generators running diesel. And we heard the story of a community that was completely wiped out in the east when diesel fumes entered into their homes and they choked to death. So our solution addresses the problem of the diesel generators on site, because we are introducing a renewable energy option that uses solar panels. I'll come to that as we move along. So our solution is a cleaner, cheaper, and fully automated energy generation. We're using solar panels, we're using wind turbines, and we are storing them in quality batteries using them. We have lithium-ion batteries, and we have lead-acid batteries, as well as we're automating the energy flow system so that the flow is monitored automatically. When the battery level is low, the system can switch to the storage or other sources like the wind turbine that we're installing on those sites. Now, the product that we are deploying, as I mentioned, they are solar panels, wind turbines, and we're having quality battery storage. And the main feature of our option or solution that makes us unique is the automation of the flow, energy flow to the base station that we are managing. So over the years, we have done battery storage automation for MTN in Nigeria. They gave us a site in Oderema in Ogun State, where we mounted the battery system with a capacity that can carry the site, as well as being monitored automatically. I mean, system can switch from the battery storage to other sources of energy, because site must not go down. We just want 24-hour site availability. We have done site survey for Airtel in Ogun State at Adbara. So they also gave us the site to look at the dimension of the power that is required to power the site. And we have done the prototype for a telecom company in Lagos, where we deploy our solar panels and then the management system, and then we got a very good and positive result. So the proof of concept that we did for that telecom company in VI has led them to allocate additional 10 sites to us. So we are currently working at deploying those 10 sites. We have signed a contract for 5 years, energy as a service with them. And we are also looking forward to that after these 10 sites that we are deploying for the company, we are moving ahead, through our touch point and more POCs, so that we can do 30 more sites, so that we can grow organically or gradually. So our growth plan, that is after the second phase, our first phase was the one site proof of concept. Our second phase is the 10 site that we're currently running now. So we are looking forward to the third phase, where we're going to deploy energy as a service to 30 telecom sites. But our 3 years target is 1,500 sites. And our revenue generation from those 1,500 sites is $1.6 million on a monthly basis. We have the customers I've mentioned before, and the customer has agreed, as we've signed in our contract, to pay us $1,100 every month. So that figure is what we use in calculating our 3 years target and the 1,500 sites that we are looking forward to. So our customer lifetime value, based on the 1,500 sites, we're looking at 99 million for a 5 years period. So this is feedback that we have from the MD of the company. And actually, our initial design was solar power only. But because of the feedback that we got from the company that we work for, so we are pivoting to add more energy generating appliances like wind turbines, and then also we are going to use gas generator. Essentially, we want to eliminate diesel generation from the base station. Personally, I have a personal hatred for diesel generation. I don't know why, because over the years I've been used to solar, noiseless environment, and so we are eliminating diesel completely. I mean, smoke and noise from the environment, and we are adding wind turbines and gas generators to those sites. So, as I said, we are doing energy as a service for the operators. Our estimate for last year is $1.1 billion as the addressable market that we had in Nigeria, and we are targeting just 10%, and we're looking at our monthly revenue of 110 million in the next 3 years. So we have our competition landscape. Schneider Electric is there, energy and top tech, but we are working at a more efficiency. I have a background in telecoms. I worked with MTN for 5 years, and after working with them, I've also done contracts. I mean, as a contractor for Ericsson, for Huawei, and for other telecom operators, working on Airtel side, working on as a contractor to Ceragon. Ceragon is an Israeli company, so I have the experience and I have the skill set to help the operators to reduce their operational costs, to also help the environmental to reduce the environmental pollution that we're having in the country. Our go-to-market strategy, basically, we are reaching out to because it's a B2B model that we have on this business. So we're going to reach out to the professional network, the CEOs of MTN, CTO of MTN. They are my former colleagues. We reach out to them directly with a direct mailing, and they're also calling them cold calling and warm calling. So social media reach, they were going to request for more proof of concept. And then also we are going to use Atcom platform. I was an ESCO member of Atcom. Atcom is Association of Telecoms Company of Nigeria. I've been an executive member coordinating a subgroup. So we are going to reach out to use that platform to provide more visibility. And then as we are deploying sites, we are communicating and we are doing video, we are making content available for them to see the value that we're adding. So basically, we reach out to them and then we're going to get more market share from them. So I'm the team lead for this project. My name is Akimbo Akinlabi, and I've said I had more than 15 years experience as a telecom professional. I'm the founder and the team lead. Then we have Victor Ejikebo, who has more than 10 years experience in control and automation system. So we are still building more team. As I mentioned, we've had 1 site in our first phase. In our second phase, we are moving to 10 sites. So as we move along, we are planning to raise more team for our operational leadership, for marketing and sales, our accounting and documentation and financials. So we are looking for a sum of $394,000, because from the estimate that we have, we know that we need some amount of money that will help us in the rollout. Actually, we are acquiring assets. We're buying solar panels. We are also buying batteries and the other interfaces that we use for the delivery of the energy as a service. And then the critical part is the automation, which we are building locally. It's our own major input and value adding to the system, and that makes us unique in our delivery of energy as a service. So thank you very much. I'd like to stop here and take any question.
Sorry, you didn't tell us what you are currently doing.
Yeah, we are currently rolling out 10 sites. We have 10 sites allocated to us by the company that we did the proof of concept for. Now, before now, at Mei Solar, we have rolled out energy solution to homes and small businesses, but we are pivoting to focus on giving a solution to telecom operations, telecom infrastructures in Nigeria, so that we can help them to reduce the cost by more than 60%. And also, the impact on the environment will also be reduced, because the smoke and the noise pollution will be eliminated completely. So currently, we are working on rolling out 10 additional sites just allocated to us. But we have signed a 5-year contract for the rollout. So we are on it, and that's what we are doing currently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would love to ask, your quotations, I've been seeing it in dollars. Are you going to be paid in dollars?
Well, not really. It's just for uniformity, and then at times, the Naira fluctuation can really affect our figures. So, but we have more stability in dollars, but we can easily convert them to Naira. I think our unit deployment cost is about 6 million per site in Naira. And so we just multiply that one based on the exchange rate, but the exchange rate have been fluctuating.
Okay,
before the president, sir?
Do you have any expenditure in dollars?
Yes, the items we are bringing in from abroad, they are in dollars, but mostly we don't spend dollars, we spend Nairas.
Okay, so do you buy anything? The panels, the batteries, do you import them or you buy them locally?
Yes, our long-term plan is to import them. Our long-term plan, because by the time we're doing 100 sites, we have large volume that we can bring in from either UK or China. So we are looking at long-term targets of bringing them in.
But now, in locally.
But currently now we are doing local.
Okay. So do you have okay. Do you have a retainer with any of these telecommunication companies?
Yeah, we have one currently now. We have one. They are infrastructure development company. They develop infrastructure, just like IHS. I don't know whether you know of IHS that bought infrastructure from MTN. So that's a company that does the same type of service. Just put the infrastructure and then provide energy, provide the fueling, provide generator and all those things. So we have a retainership with them. That's why I say we have a 5-year contract already signed.
ATC.
Yes, sir. Hello, sir.
IHS or with ATC?
No, it's Colo Plus. The name is Colo Plus.
Plus, okay. Okay, so that means your contract is with them, not with the owners of the infrastructure.
They are the owner of the infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is that they provide the energy infrastructure. They are the owner of the energy infrastructure.
Okay. So
that the operator will just come and maybe put there. In telecoms, I don't want to be technical. There's something we call active equipment, and we have what is called passive equipment. So the active equipment are those base station radios and the microwave. Operators cannot come and say, okay, this location has energy. Let me host my base station, my BTS and microwave. So what Colo Plus does is just to provide the environment, the infrastructure, the energy that they need to operate. So we have an agreement with them to now deploy energy as a service.
So how many sites are they giving you now? Like their expansion, how many are they adding to it?
So we have 10 currently now.
Yes.
We have 10 currently now.
10 for 5 years.
Yes, 10. We have 5-year agreement for the 10.
5-year agreement for the 10. When did it start?
No, we just signed. In fact, we are still in the implementation phase. No, we have done the agreement now. So the stage that we are in now is for us to move to those 10 sites and start installing and putting the power.
So do you have, are there is there room for more? Or is it the capacity you have now they are giving just 10?
We actually have more sites, but we are bootstrapping. So I think for now, we just want to start with what we can bootstrap on. So those 10 sites, we can still manage our funds within ourselves and deploy it. But it will give us a platform to ask for more funding. And like I said, I'm on this platform now. So if you need 30 sites, you can go to them. Okay, we can afford 30 sites. And if you need 100 sites, okay, we can. And even M10 is also there for us. We have that relationship. I mean, we know them very well. So by the time we start moving, we're going to increase. But funding will be a critical issue for us to grow and to move ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Quickly, I saw on one of your slides your projections where you are talking about 1.65 million, talking about your growth plan, $1.6 million monthly, which should come to about $99 million. First and foremost, sir, please, maybe for, I don't know if there will be another opportunity, but we'd rather your figures are in Naira, especially as this is our local economy. It helps us in planning, especially with respect to credit risk and FX risk and the likes of that. But having said that, talking about your 1.6 million Naira projection monthly, 3 years, and then a 99 million for a 5-year period. I want to ask, does this include your projected plans to include the wind and gas options to what you currently do? Because I saw somewhere that there are also plans to bring on wind and gas in addition to the battery and solar.
Yes, so wind is included. We are moving ahead now with solar panels, wind turbines, and then the battery storage. So 2 sources of energy are here with battery storage. You understand? So wind is included in the target financials.
So these projections of although it would have been good for us to see it on on sheets, just to see the progression, the $99 million in 5 years, it would have helped our understanding of your cash flow, your projections and all that. So this is inclusive of CapEx, OpEx, and every other cost that you probably would incur over the 5-year period.
Yeah, it's our gross income. So it includes operational. So it includes everything.
Okay. Noted. But if at some point you have those the financials on
the spreadsheet.
Yes, it would really have been nice for us to have a good look at it. I just needed to understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Likewise. So let's move on to the Frontier Solar Tech Limited. Let's encourage him. I think we should give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Timothy Ajayi, a co-founder of the Frontier Solar Tech Limited. In Nigeria today, it is estimated that there is about $25 billion economic losses that is traced to deficit in energy access supply, according to World Bank data and the Nigeria Economic Summit Group. Also, we also found out that Nigeria loses about $9 billion worth of farm produce to deficit in access to power supply. So also, we realize that small businesses in Nigeria spend over 60% of their business revenues on producing power to electrify their businesses. Similarly, we also find out that most of small businesses in Nigeria are not rich. Like most of small business owners are poor because majorly their incomes goes to business operations due to high cost of operation. So, and this has been traced back to consistent fueling of generator to power their businesses. So this is a study of a feed miller, an entrepreneur who is into production of animal feed mill. His name is Shola Olaiwola, is located in Oyo State. Solar spent about 60% of his business revenue while powering his business operations. So, and in worst case, on the day that this man, if he could not get fuel on any day to power his business operation, a lot of there won't be production on that day, and he loses money and he loses customer base as well. So, at the time of our visitation to his business center, Sola was so happy to know that we have a solution that will solve this problem for many years to come. So currently he's facing a lot of challenges, cutting across economic operation, as well as poor efficiency of the system and a poor power supply. So all this aggregates to a lot of challenges for his business, and he could not grow. So we have solutions that we use to address most of all these big challenges, power challenges that small businesses are facing in Nigeria. We have a standalone solar system that we propose to small businesses that are individually operated, that they want to stand alone. So this kind of solution can be deployed to small shop, medium retailer shop, hospital, clinic, and so many businesses that are operating, and they are energy reliant businesses. Also, we have isolated mini grid. So this isolated mini grid is deployed in rural areas. So majorly our mini grid is targeting small older farmers in rural areas that they can use it for post-harvest processing, because we realize that a lot of food and economic losses are actually big in the area of post-harvest losses in the rural area. So we are deploying mini grid in rural areas to address those problems. And so these are business models. This is how we make money. Frontier Solar is an energy access provider. We use three business models to address our customers. We have an outright sale. So outright sale is particularly addressable. So it's particularly targeting standalone solar system. So we use outright sale to offer our solution to individuals and small businesses. We also use a lease to own. So in the lease to own model, off-taker, let me just say, so we call them off-taker or customer. They can actually use the system for a certain period of time at a deposit of 30% initial deposit, and then monthly agreed installment payments that can extend to about 2 years. So, and currently we have a partnership with solar credit providers like Sunfi and some other individual solar credit provider like that. So we have energy as a service. Energy as a service is basically for mini-grid, stand-alone mini-grid. We also use energy as a service for large industrial outlets, large industrial customers. So as an energy as a service customer, you don't need to purchase the system outrightly, or you don't need to lease the system. What we do is that we deploy the system for you and you pay based on what the system generates. So we use, we have two agreements. We have outright sales agreements, we have lease to own agreement, and we have off-take agreements. So in off-take and a lease to own agreement, customer pays us outrightly, or they pay us at 30% initial deposit and they spread the payments over a certain period of time. But in the energy as a service agreement, also known as a power purchase agreement or off-take agreement, the customer actually signed that, okay, give me system, I'm going to pay for whatever your system supply me on a daily basis. So our mini-grid is a distributed utility system that serves a limited number of customers. So these are market size. Currently, we'll be sizing our market based on stand-alone solar system that is addressing the electrification challenges that the small businesses are currently facing in our country. So we have about 41.5 million small businesses across Nigeria. That is total addressable market. Then we have a serviceable addressable market of about 10 million when affordability is considered. So we have already scrutinized and segment our market. We know that not all small businesses can actually afford this solution. So based on affordability, we have about 10 million end users that we are currently targeting. And we have serviceable obtainable markets, that is the market size that we can currently obtain in 5 years, and that's about 500,000 end users. So averagely, annual energy expenses per small businesses, according to World Bank Enterprise Survey of 2014, is $2,000, approximately 1.6 million naira annually. So if we are targeting about 500 customers in 5 years, then we have estimated revenue of $1 billion. So these are go-to-market strategy. We use social media, internet, email marketing to reach our customers. We also use word of mouth. We have flyers. We sponsor our salespeople to go and talk to SMEs. We use online surveys to get feedback from our prospective end users. And then we also use referrals to reach out to these people. Then we also use promotional activities that target end users. Like if customer buy from us today, we can actually convert that customer to a goodwill ambassador to reach another customer by giving them a sales and a generous commission from whatever sales they facilitate for us. Then so we have we also work with like data, Nigerian database such as National Population Census, Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, to see which area we have concentrated SMEs. We have people with that can buy these products, like the purchasing power of people in Nigeria. So we use all those data to analyze our market size. So this is about Frontier Solar. Frontier Solar has been in existence for a good since 2018. And our mission is to provide the best local solar solution to residential and commercial outlets, and as well as mini-grids to rural communities that have little or no access to electricity. So our current projects can be found in at least 6 states in Nigeria, cutting across Lagos, Ogun, Imo, Enugu, and Cross River States. So our next big thing is that Frontier Solar is in the final stage of deploying its first mini-grid in a rural community in Oyo State. We have done all our preliminary assessments. We have done all the designs, and we are currently seeking funding to deploy this mini grid. And we have also raised our equity for this project, with 30% equity contribution to the project. Then, so currently we are negotiating a partnership with a Poultry Association of Oyo States and a Feed Millers Association of Oyo States in order to be able to deploy microgrids to farmers and feed millers. Also, we are in the Smithers head office on the 9th of June to have a kind of a partnership negotiation with them. The aim is that we are working to have affiliates with agencies and parastatals, communities where our target end users have affiliates or whereby they have membership and registrations. So our goal is to rapidly drive business growth and improve quality of life across Nigeria and by extension, West Africa and sub-Saharan African countries. Yes. So these are 5 years financial projections. So basically, this projection is for isolated mini grids. So we are currently seeking 7 million naira to acquire customer for our standalone solar system.
To acquire customer?
Yes, customer acquisition.
Explain.
Okay, so our standalone solar system costs about 1,220,000 naira, and our profit margin for one solution is 30%. So we're actually seeking this money to promote the solution, to get more customers, to onboard more customers on our platform. So by onboarding more customers on our platform, we can now, though we already have a financier who is currently financing our end users, but now so we can now also onboard more credit facility providers that will also provide the funding to these end users. Like I said, so if our target is just to onboard about 500,000 customers with this funding, we'll be able to onboard about 500,000 customers. So by then, our revenue can increase. We can have more credit facility provider to come on board, and then we can reach a wider audience of prospective end users.
So basically marketing.
Sorry?
To finance your marketing.
Yes, to finance marketing and promotional activities. Though we are planning to raise a quasi equity of about $500,000, and what we are raising equity for is to be able to finance our mini grid portfolio, because we currently have about 4 mini grids in the pipeline that we are pitching and negotiating with mini grid funders. The reason why we don't pitch mini grid for this is that mini grid is not a project that they finance with 100% debt. So it's a combination of equity, debt, and basically grants. So those are the 3 major components of a financing for mini grid before it can be sustainable over a limited period of time. So so that's why we are seeking about 500,000 quasi equity. Quasi equity means that the business has not been valued. So if we say investor that will bring out this money can be converted to equity in the business when at any time.
Let's look at the projection.
Here's the projection, the next slide.
So, like I said, this projection is for our 4 portfolio of mini grids. And so the 4 portfolio of mini grids, they are going to, the year 1 revenue is 82 million naira, and the 5 years revenue is about 160 million naira. So the project is going to pay back in 5 years. So this project is going to pay back in 4 years, and is paying the debt of about 26 million naira annually. And the debt component for this projection is 98 million naira. So out of the financial components, the debt component of it is 98 million naira. The rest are equity and grant financing.
Okay, but do you have your actual
the corporate financial projection?
No, not your projection. This is your 5-year projection.
Yes.
And I know the business is existing. It's not like here. So I thought you would have at least seen what you did last year to give us an idea of where we're going to. And I also noted that your year 1, you're projecting that you're negative.
Well, actually for year 1, like an average mini grid pays back in 4 years. In the first year of operation, mini grid does not return profit. Then so before the reason why it does not return profit is that you have to pay back the debt to the debt financial. So after paying back your debt, you will not have a profit. But you are going to, you can see the cost of operation, overhead costs, you pay salary, you buy diesel to augment your generation, you operate your mini grid conveniently without any obstruction. But you will still pay debt, but you will not be able to make profit in the year 1. But in year 2, the project started returning profit.
So if I give you a 7 million for marketing, I'm going to also give you a 12 months moratorium of principal and interest.
Okay, for 7 million naira marketing on that, is for standalone solar system. So we project that with that, with standalone solar system, we are going to onboard 100 customers. 7 million will be able to onboard 100 customers confidently and successfully. And with 100 customers onboarded with standalone solar systems, about 132 million naira. So the cost of goods, overhead costs, operation, installation, and the rest costs about 102 million naira. Then the company have a profit of 30 million naira, and that is the profit margin, 30%.
Do you have any other slides other than this, apart from it?
And so this our partners slide. We currently partner with Sunfi. Sunfi is financing our end users currently. Then we also have a partnership with the FundQuest. FundQuest provided equity for our mini grid. And then we are also having partnership with Smedan. Smedan is supplying us the data of SMEs clusters in the country. And then so we are currently accumulating data. They are surveying their data. We are surveying our data. At the end of the day, when we come back from feed, we work out a solution that will be able to serve SMEs productively and sustainably. So by then, we raise money to finance those clusters, and we partner with them, maybe for a kind of subsidy or maybe incentive for the SMEs that are on board through Smedan, that are on board our platform through Smedan.
Sorry, just to ask, the mini grid, is it going to be energy as a service?
Yes, mini grids is a distributed utility system. That's why I call it isolated. You go to a community that have never seen lights before, but they have economic potentials. Like they have a good number of smallholder farmers. So we deploy mini grid for them. Along the mini grid, we deploy productive energy equipment, like processing facilities. So instead of you producing like 30% of your farm produce waste annually. So you can now convert those primary products to secondary products. You reduce your post-harvest losses, and you increase your profitability.
Okay.
So our mini grid is deployed in rural communities that have never seen light. There's no grid extension, and but there are a good number of economic activities that goes on in those communities.
Okay, I'm just thinking with this increase in tariff and everything, if an estate is saying, come and power my estate, can you deploy this and want to go off the national grid? Is
Sure.
it something that will work?
Yeah, sure. This is what mini grid is all about, serving a limited number of customers. Like mini grid model works for estate because I launch them. We give meters to all, they call them connections. Like we sign offtake agreement with each customer. Then we give them an electricity meters. So with those meters, they will be able to buy power offline. Like so by then, any customer that is coming to take electricity from our mini grid, then you are going to abide with mini grid's rule and regulations. So it works for estates and it works for rural communities.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a business that is functioning already.
You said there's just one.
Like I said, I think we are in the process of deploying our first mini grid
in Oyo State, right?
Yes, in
and
Oyo
then
State.
there are 4 as well that are in the pipeline.
Yes, there are 4 as well that are already in the pipeline. Okay. Yes. Well, I would say yes to that, and I will also say no, because you know the difference between a company, an existing company, and a new company is that okay, it's just the people in the business. So we have people that are highly experienced in mini grid that have managed mini grid business before, and so the models are based on experience and what works and what does not work.
Your voice is too projected. So the thing is, for me right now, I don't even think you need any 7 million. That's my own thinking. Maybe I'm not smart enough to understand your presentation. Honestly, I was struggling all along. Perhaps you have something interesting going on, but it's the way you're presenting it. I don't know. That's just my own take, my own feel. If you begin running your business as a going concern, like you have it, not that you are working with some people in the pipeline. Let's forget that pipeline. Let's assume you already have your mini grids, your isolated, non-isolated solar grids, already working everywhere in Lagos, Anambra, Kano, and you think you have what it takes to actually scale it beyond those areas you're currently working. Then you can now come to Providus Bank and say, Providus, look, with my financiers or the support of my financiers, I've been able to deploy my solutions in A, B, C, D zones. But I think with some level of marketing, for me, honestly, I don't even think I need money for marketing because, marketing nowadays, there are people doing wonderful stuff just by going on social media to just market. In fact, you will market yourself. Your products will market themselves, all right? Just imagine this bag can generate power, and I produce a bag that generates power. And I use it once and I demonstrate it here. Everybody will buy this bag now. Do you understand? If you have a good product, if you have a good solution, it sells itself. So I was seeing billions of dollars, right? Was it $1 billion? So how do you come up with these numbers? You see, numbers, they are very easy to call, right? But try to justify your numbers. NCIC, I don't even think of $1 billion now in 2023. I don't know. No disrespect. I'm just saying, try to justify those billions of dollars when you're talking about them, right? Let them add up to the numbers that you have. You've not started yet. So assuming you've started yet, you can begin to talk about those millions or billions of dollars. Be modest about your projections so that you can even impress at the end of the day. If you think you can do the $1 billion, but project like $1.5 million, just be prudent, and you do $1 billion, you'll be a hero. So that's it for me. I was finding it very hard to you follow up with your numbers, but maybe you have something interesting going on. You should just keep it modest, and I wish you well, though. I wouldn't know if they have more questions. If we could move on to the next person. Any more questions? No questions, yeah? All right, thank you. Fantastic presentation, though. We love what you're doing. Yeah, thank you. Manasseh Engineering. Do we have Manasseh here? All right. He came ready. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ben Jobimbola. I'm representing Manasseh Engineering. When I saw my name on the list and I was nice, I knew I had to do something very interesting to catch the attention of the judges and our teachers at NCIC. So I have a gift for the judges, but I have a trick question to start off. Can any of the judges tell us how long it takes a plastic bottle to decompose? I came all the way from Ibadan. I came with gifts.
It depends if it's biodegradable or not. If it's non-biodegradable, it does not decompose.
Okay. Mr. Do you want to give us, because these are my bosses. So averagely it takes 450 to 1,000 years for plastic bottle to decompose. And we have a funny saying at Manasseh that you don't handle that bottle, your grandchild meets it there. If we can start with the slide. We are an environmental solutions company. We conceptualize and develop environmental solutions. So we do everything from waste management to recycling, to fumigation, to cleaning, to production of cleaning agents, your liquid soap, air fresheners. We do all of it. But what I'm presenting today is our recycling solutions. So next. Our business is majorly a waste management business. We operate in 3 states across Nigeria: Lagos, Ibadan, and Ogun. So we informally have been doing recycling, but in January 2023, we decided to put a face to it and actually start doing it properly. So our first target was the plastics. And from several presentations, I don't need to go over the harmful effects of these plastics and what they do to our environment. So I think I'll just skip this slide. So our program, as Mr. Adamu said earlier, we focus on 3 pillars: the environment, which is the major reason we are doing this, and our people. He mentioned scavengers and low-income earners. And because of our background in waste management, we have a connection with these people because they walk behind our trucks. They are street sweepers. Without them, just having trucks, without those people, your work is really not done. And also the quality of the work you do depends on those people. So people actually mean a lot to us at Manasseh, and down the presentations, I'll show how that works. Our partners, which we service with waste management operations already, we have restaurants, event centers, which we already go to pick their waste. So for us, we already have a connection with those customers, and all we are doing is sensitization and advocacy for them to actually start sorting their waste and for us to generate revenue from recycling. So for us, is using one stone to kill 2 birds. We're already going there for the waste. We can sensitize you to start sorting this waste using this kind of boxes for, restaurants and event centers that's indoor, but people also do the receptacles outside. But we found that this kind of boxes create conversations, and we also use it for marketing too. So next slide. So far, this year, we've been able to collect over 15 tons of plastics and recycle them. We've been able to sign up 10 recycling partners, which include residential estates, event centers, hospitals, and we've also provided 7 jobs in the process of doing this. Our ultimate goal, big picture, 10 years, is to do plastic to fiber. However, we want to start with the existing value chain of plastics, as Mr. Adamu mentioned earlier. It is a market that is already moving, and we just need to build our business through that. We are looking for financing in terms of machinery and our collection network. So for machinery, we started off with a locally fabricated machine. I don't know if this is blocked here. So this is a locally fabricated machine, but of course it gives us a lot of issues. It is not efficient. The size of the bills that come out of this machine cannot be compared with having a proper Chinese manufactured machine. This is locally fabricated, everything done in Oyo State.
What does it do?
It bills, it compresses the plastics. So the process of us recycling it is getting these plastics and taking off these lids. We take off the lids, we take off the wrappers, it's called sorting, and we put what is left into this machine and it compresses it. If you can go to the slide before this one. Yes, so when we compress, this is what we have. It is boiled and we use binding wire to tape this. So there are lots of...
You don't process. What you do is to compress.
Compress, yes, to off-takers. So it's a moving market already. There are off-takers and packaging, off-takers doing all sorts with it. So next. So our collection network. Earlier in the year, we launched a custom phone number and we started advertising it for people to bring their plastics. So this was the custom phone number we started, and we relied heavily on WhatsApp because we found out that a lot of people could use WhatsApp easily. So for us, we're thinking of scaling up to an app because we already have a proof of concept with a custom phone number and WhatsApp, and also to invest in tricycles to improve the collection efficiency. When he mentioned tricycles, I kind of understood his pain because tricycles can't do long distance. But we are starting from operating already in waste management. We have trucks. However, our challenge is those trucks, most residential areas, we are going there only twice a month to pick their waste. So that reduces our collection rates using trucks. Just to mention. So next. So far, this is what we've been able to do. Our collection costs, I broke this down so you guys can have unit economics of what we are doing. The cost of this plastic reaching our facility is 70 naira when we take out the cost of transportation and all of that. Our processing costs, cost of running diesel generator, cost of paying the staff that actually take out the labels and the caps is at 50 naira per kg. Then the sales price is 170. 170 is blended because this thing has like 2 or 3 streams. These caps are also sold, and there's some PETs that are colored. They go for lesser rates in the market when compared to the clear ones. Those are the green 7-Up bottles, the brown Maltina bottles, where these ones sell for an average of like 200, 210 per kg. Those ones go for like 40, 30, but they all just come together in one stream. So averagely it's 170 naira. So far, our profit per kg of plastics we're doing is 40 naira, which is about 24% of our margins. And our ask is 20 million naira. This is how we intend to spend our ask.
Can you go back to the other one? Okay. Go ahead.
So our ask is 20 million naira, and this is how we want to spend the 20 million naira. To get a bigger billing machine, to get a bigger generator that can power this billing machine, the app development and promotion. We already have a proof of concept with our WhatsApp number. We've collected close to 800 kg just using a WhatsApp number and promoting it ourselves. So 2 tricycles, because we've noticed that individuals and smaller homes have smaller volumes. We can't use our trucks because they're diesel trucks to move around that easily. It's not efficient for us. So we want to get 2 tricycles. Then also operational expenses. Mr. Adamu mentioned something that scavengers will always bring plastics to you if they know you have a cash flow and you can pay them immediately for it. So our operational expenses with construction of our sites, renovating, salaries and all of that is 3.5. So I'll just give like 1 minute or a few seconds if you guys want to go through this. So next slide. These are pictures. This is a picture of a bigger billing machine which we are looking to get. This project was actually done by NCIC and Coca-Cola. This was one of the people that got the bigger baling machine. So, and this does around 200 to like 300 kg output. What we currently have does 90 to 100. So the more we compress, the more it just makes sense financially. Then the app development that we plan to do, and the tricycles for smaller collection, homes, offices. So, long story short, we are targeting 80 tons per month. Currently, we've done 21 in 6 months, and we know that with the help of Providence Bank and the institutional knowledge that NCIC has, it is very possible. It's something they've done with Coca-Cola, and they've done it across Nigeria. So I'm just very privileged to be having this opportunity to pitch an existing solution that works. So we think, sorry, I'm not done. We think we can actually meet that target in 4 months, a runway of 4 months. And from that 4th month, we estimate that we'll be getting 4 million naira as our profit margin, and we can pay 1,090,000 naira over a 20-month period to repay the credit facility. Currently, we started our business in 2021, and we've done an average of 62.5 million in average turnover across our other businesses, not the recycling. That's the waste management and all the other stuff we do. So, next, I don't think I will need to do the ESG assessment for.
Yeah, it's fine.
If you can just move on.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's quite good. But my question is, the people you also supplied, is it cash and carry too?
Yes, most times they are packaging companies, and once because they send their trucks come and pick it up at our location, once they verify your material, they've weighed it, they pay you almost immediately. No, once they get to their site. Yes.
Okay. Yes. So because I'm trying to look at if we are going to do, because he has identified the fact that this cash we are giving the scavengers is cash and carry. So if he is going to have an overdraft, that means he needs to also be paying back in almost immediately, so that you won't have more.
Yes.
You have yes. So,
yes.
So okay.
But we're already operating, so we already have some form of operational
cash
to run that.
I think I'm good.
I'm not speaking for you, I'm just speaking generally. So sometimes they address continuous financing, in the sense that, because of the trust between data and business trust over time. And,
Goodwill, they give you.
Some kind of credit schemes could happen between them both. Sometimes they will pay more for it. And as the supplies, it's until zero. It might not be cash on the spot.
So
for waste speakers, that's a good spot. They've gone around now. Look at the sun.
So if I can just add a bit, we are starting off with plastics, but we think we can actually expand to paper, cans, and glass. We're already collecting those, but not in large volumes. So we think that with the app, it allows us be flexible. We can throw in new features and start to collect different things based on what we feel works. So that's the end of my pitch. Next slide. There's a photo.
Yeah, so we're good with questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Should I leave this at Providence Bank? Yes.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so the last trailblazer we're having for today is Timo EX International.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, let me tell you a short story about 17 years ago. What really led to the establishment of this company? About 17 years ago, Mr. Koforola lost his wife during childbirth. And he lost his wife when they were doing operation on her. because the backup generator that is supporting our oxygen machine just went off. Before they could revive it, both the baby and the wife were dead. And this caused a very deep depression in the community. And as a young teenager, as I then, I felt the need to provide solution in that community, and that led to joining the renewable energy sector about 15 years ago, immediately after my secondary school education, or throughout my university education. I'm still in this renewable energy sector. My name is Engineer Ifeoluwa Timothy Adeyemi, MDC of Timoyes International Technology Limited, and we are here to make life better through innovation and affordable energy solution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So it's been said that Nigeria has the lowest global electricity access. About 92 million out of the current population we have now lack power. And there's high importation of solar panels, especially from countries that don't even need solar energy, like China, Hong Kong, and the rest. And when we look at solar panels, we look at it as, the solar panel make the solar system what it is. That's the solar system. Without the solar panels, we are just having an inverter and the batteries alone. So next slide. So how can solar panels be affordable when we are still importing solar panels or the cell to assemble in Nigeria? This is one of the problem we have in the country, because these materials, this product is very expensive in the market. And this is due to the high importation rate of this solar and the cost of solar panels and cells in Nigeria. That's me on a truck, full load of truck of 80 million naira, because we are located in the heart of Alaba International Oshodi Arena. So we have so many distributors that will come to buy products from us. So that's an 80 million naira full truck of solar panel of 300 watts. And as an engineer, we all know that for a solar system to be more effective, we need at least 2 units of 300 watt monocrystalline solar panel on a battery. That means if we are to install 10 batteries, we use at least 20 solar panels, which make the high demand of solar panels getting higher, and the price of solar panels keep increasing every year. Next slide. So manufacturing solar cells in Nigeria will reduce the cost of assembling solar cells and the cost of solar panel generally. We are sitting on a gold mine in Nigeria. We have these raw materials, but why are we not tapping into this source? I've done researches, I've conducted many things about how to turn our silica sound in Nigeria into these cells. I have those cells. I don't know, maybe when I was rushing, I just forget my small bag. So we have these cells. We can manufacture these cells in Nigeria to make our awful board of solar panel. Please, next slide. So the market opportunity, it been said that as of 2030, the demand of solar panel will rise to 884 million USD. That's the market capital right now that we are looking at. So as of today, it's about $38.11 million as of 2023. Next slide. So our business model, because our business model cuts across the product and the service. So we do B2B and B2C, just like I said earlier, that we are located in the heart of the market. So we sell to distributors, the wholesalers, and the retailer. And our service aspect, we don't spend much on marketing. Actually, we bring in affiliates, and we've paid over 100 million in commission to our marketers that go out there to source for clients. And we also make sure that we bring in discount on the sales of our solar panel and installation service. And this has really increased our customer rate. We bring in the installment payment plan for individual and small scale business. And we also bring in something that's so unique, and that's 6 months maintenance report. Whether you call us or not, once you are our client, we visit you. We make sure that we visit you to check the system with a claimable warranty. We partner with the likes of companies that do import these panels as well to make sure that we have claimable warranty. So our traction over the course of 15 years, we've been able to install for over 200 homes, businesses, and government agency. Total of 700 million naira generated in revenue since 2013 till now, and we have been able to be an engineer as a subcontract engineer for federal and state government contract. One of our traffic system is at Abraham Adesanya, still functioning today. We are the company that installed that traffic system. So we have partnered with renowned financial institutions like Sterling Bank, Grooming, and now we are still working with Providence Bank to come in. Although we've conducted a lot of inspection, like for Providence Bank customers in Imo State, and they are really trying, and we hope that we still expand our partnership more. So Bet Nigeria and so on with Kwara State and Lagos State, Rural Electrification Agency as well. Please, next time. There's a saying that soldier go, soldier come, but school, but barrack, no they move. Student go, student come, but what? But school, no they move. So in the year 2018, so I came up with an idea that, okay, we need something that is sustainable, because as at then, I with my experience during my undergraduate study, I used to go around with a station. Even now, I still have my power bank there, and so on and so forth. So I invented a product for Nigerian armies, police, in categories. But to secure our innovation, we have to have a patent right certificate for our investment, so that whenever investors are investing in our product, they will know that yes, we have something to protect our designs and our product. So this is this sample of the solar bags that we've invented, and that's my picture with top armies generals that visited our office as at then. So next slide, please. So just like I said, in 2022, the sales of our solar panel, just only on solar panel, the sales of our solar panel rose to like 63 million naira just in 2022 alone. This capture all our revenue for the year, both the product and the service. So from 2019 to 2023 that we are currently now, so we have even moved up to 70 million naira in revenue as of this year, this quarter half of the year. So next slide. So we have our financial projection. Once you're able to get the machines to start manufacturing our solar panels, and we are projecting that in 5 years, we will be able to generate over 208 billion in 5 years. And this is how we are going to get it. Next slide. So this is how we are going to get it done. Once we get our solar cells making machine, our assembling line, and the mass production of solar bags, we will make sure that we expand to, currently we are in 15 states. We make sure that we expand to over 21 states in Nigeria. Currently, we have 5 countries. We have ambassadors. We have people that are buying our products steadily in 5 countries: Cameroon, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Uganda. So we have them that are, they are purchasing from us. So now we are going to expand, all through 2024 to expand our reach, and with that we can diversify our form to making of lithium-ion battery and solar radios, especially for all these affordable solar radios that even ordinary Malan can buy 2.5, 2.8. So what I mean is affordable solar radio, actually. So I don't mean to discriminate. I'm sorry for that. So next slide. Okay, our competitive advantage. We have vast distribution network in about 17 states. This kind of 15% on 300 to 400 watts. And we have over 10 years experience in this field on distribution and installation of solar system. We are in partnership with currently 4 reputable financial institutions. We are experts in solar and inverter solar panel installation and repairs, and all our products have claimable warranties. There are 2 companies right now that are assembling solar panel that we automatically become our partners when we start manufacturing the cells, and that is Ozano Solar and Ozalo Solar and the other one I used to forget their name, but 2 companies. So they used to we are already in partnership with them. They are waiting for us to start manufacturing the cell so that they will start assembly now in Nigeria. Next slide. So we are looking for the total capital of 425 million. We offer 50% equity investment, and the 400 million will go for the manufacturing and semi-assembly machine of 400 of solar machine. That's what it will go for, and the 25 million will be for the mass production of the solar bags. Next slide. So they say where luck is inevitable. I believe in the presence of our judge that luck is inevitable when preparation meets opportunity, and I believe that this is our opportunity because to make sure that we are prepared, so we purchase a land, like 2 plots of land in where we can easily source our raw materials for the mass production of solar cells. And this is how the fund will be used. 61% will go for the machine, 20% will go for the setup of the factory, 12% for the raw materials, and 7% will go for the operation costs. 2 companies are offering their expertise with us, which we are already in contact with them. REC Solar from Singapore are coming in, to support us, to start this manufacturing of solar cells. Oitech is also supporting us with their technical expert for 2 years. We have that kind of relationship that once we set up our factory, they will send in their expatriates to support us. So the next slide, please. So this is our advisory board, and that's myself and Otumba Olu Adenodi, who is the CEO of Solonic Energy. We have our lawyer as well, our legal advisor, and that's my management in Nigeria, because we still have some representative in other countries. So this is my country manager and other state managers that we currently have. So next slide. So thank you so much. And remember that God created the sunlight, wind, and water. But we men, we made generators. The moment we know that generators is an instrument of poverty is the time we become free. Thank you, and God bless
you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
So, all right. I have a lot of questions for you, but we don't have time. Let me just speak on the obvious. Whenever you intend to do anything that would disrupt the market, positively, I mean, when I say disruption, for a long time, I've also been thinking of how we can begin to manufacture our own solar panels rather than importing from China or Germany, because it's way too expensive for the domestic market to purchase outrightly. And that's why most of you do these payment plans for those who install, the solar facility too. Looking at the energy deficit in the country, it's really ridiculous. So I'm not contesting, the market capacity for your product, any solar product really, because we have an energy deficit or power deficit in Nigeria. Now, have you done an MVP of this particular solar panel, or it's still something you're cooking up in your head and hoping that it would work? No, not assessment. You know, see, I'm saying this bag is being imported from Germany or China all the time, but you want to produce a locally, domestically made one. So have you produced using all those variables and resources and minerals that have you done one already? You've done one already? And no, it's okay. That's why I said, do you have a prototype or an MVP? And does it match or can it match what people are used to? Because, you know, at the end of the day, let me tell you what I'm thinking. You know, let's leave all the fancy presentations and the quotes. I'm not trying to be harsh on you, but at the end of the day, it's money, depositors' money that will come to you, which you'd have to pay back. So if you don't have a consumption portfolio for what you're seeking financing from, you might not be able to sleep at the end of the day. And you will generate stress for yourself. You understand? So it's this the servicing of the facility that is a problem for me. You know, as I've noticed from a lot of people that are into renewable energy. You know, do you have a clientele that can pay you because you have a ready market for what you want to do? I understand you're doing B2B, right? You're doing B2B, yeah. So, I mean, if you don't have a panel that you have truly evaluated that can match what people are used to importing, there will be a problem. And you might do a B2B, and after the first rollout, they might complain. Oxano will say, boss, they are not buying this thing from you. They are complaining it's not as durable as the ones that they know. So, you know, all these little market dynamics based on demand and supply really matter. So that's where I really want you to focus on, and not about just going into the business because you think it will work and because you have partnerships that have been signed. As I said, I like what you're doing. We need energy in this country. But if you're seeking debt financing, which you have to pay back, you have to think of who your off-takers are and if what you have can match what currently exists in our market structures in Nigeria today, or else you might have to wait and do more research and evaluation on the durability and the quality of what you're producing locally. I'm all for made in Nigeria. I'm only saying, have you done enough homework?
The cost price that it will take us to produce one solar panel. And currently in the market right now, a solar cell of 300 watts is being sold for 63,000. That's for wholesalers. For retailers, for engineers that do come to the market, we sell it for them at 70,000, 72,000. So that's in the market. So the cost of manufacturing 300 watt monocrystalline solar panel is totally roughly about 32,000 naira for manufacturing, including the flame, the glass, and the rest. So, and that really gives us an advantage because it's being manufactured here, same quality with what is coming in from overseas. So now we can sell at our own price of like 50,000 naira. No, giving that discount of 13,000 naira in the market, which will make even our colleagues in the market to buy from us, to buy in bulk from us.
Well, thank you very much. My contribution here is just like he said, you know, it's you being able to convince the market that this will work and also to gain confidence, you know, because if the money goes out, if the loan is given to you and you don't have the ready markets, or the first one goes in and complaints start coming and other people now, you know, start rejecting the product, it's going to be very difficult for you to still move ahead, even with the repayment of the facility. So you doing your homework very well, and it's not only you sitting back and yes, you're an engineer and trying to see if what you trying to see if you can actually replicate what others are doing. Do you get it? But it's also taking all those steps to ensure that that quality matches what, yeah.
Yes, that is what I explained earlier. When it comes to quality assurance, I believe it's not just a one-man team. That's why I contacted two companies that are already into solar cells manufacturing and assembling. So to render their technical support for 2 years so that we'll be able to learn more and to also maintain the quality of each solar panels we produce. So these two companies, one from Singapore and from China, are ready to send in their technical expert for the period of 2 years so that we'll be able to maintain that quality even more than what is being imported in the market. And the demand for solar panel right now is getting way more higher. And with our goodwill in the market, in our partnership, our relationship with distributors and wholesalers is a win for us because we know how to give them some juicy offer that will make them to consider our product.
See, let me tell you the truth. Usually, if you want to disrupt the market with something new, it's very difficult and very risky. What I think you should do is try to get enough funding that will help you develop as an actual product and test it like you were buying or importing and the previous solar panels that you know of. Don't depend on the prototype you have and all the evaluation indicators that you've gotten on the prototype that you currently have. If it means those Chinese or whoever it is that is going to help you build this at the end of the day could help you, could actually use those materials that you highlighted on your slide to produce one for you here in Nigeria and test it like it should be, patronized or used or utilized by an average consumer like myself. No, prototypes don't really, prototypes are not the actual products, like try to have the real thing, the real deal. I know why I'm saying that because at the end of the day, if you have the real deal and you pitch this to the right investor, they will end up giving you 1.5 billion naira for starters. If I have the money, I will give you. I don't have, but if I have the money, I will give you. But with a prototype, it's so hard to, as I said, the market is there, because we all know what happens, and it's so expensive to get an average person to have solar panels. It's only the big boys that have solar panels in this country. Everybody uses, not everybody, but most people use the I pass you by small, I pass my neighbor, I pass all the, So because, it's cost effective for them, irrespective of whether subsidy is up or low, they'll just go and buy their half gallon and just put it there and it will just start making noise and emitting everything everywhere. So the thing is, what you're trying to do is you're trying to bring affordability, accessibility, value. You're looking at social and environmental impacts. You want to create employment and all that. I love what you're doing, but I'm just saying, let's do it right. For anyone to give you almost $500 million on a prototype that you believe will work, because some big boys in the market are saying it will work, is a bit risky for you at this moment. So that's what I'm saying. Whatever financing you're going to get, right? Try to get it on your own. You have to take that risk. Try and get it on your own to create the real model for this, or an MVP. You know what an MVP, a minimum viable product, meaning it's almost close to the actual thing. All right, then you can have some sense of determination and confidence that this will actually work. I just think as a financier, if I were to be one, it would be difficult for me to. Hope I'm not burning your cable. I'm just talking to you like man to man. All right, exactly. I'm just giving you advice that if at the end of the day, right, you do what I say you should do, believe me, you'll get more than that 400 or 500 million. Seriously. All right. because the investor will see where he's going to and where his money is headed. Yeah, but giving you a loan will be repaid, by, okay. It's like this offer will not work now. Let's leave this. So thank you very much anyway. I'm only trying to just give you a price. Thank you.
Okay, Timoyex, sir. I want to ask if there's anybody producing in the country at the moment.
Right now, none of the companies are in Nigeria are producing solar cells. They are all importing cells, but they are assembling. There's a difference between producing and assembling. It's just like if building whole parts and assembling and manufacturing the board here in Nigeria. So they are just assembling in Nigeria like solar. They are assembling in Nigeria, but they are not producing cells. So you are going to, yes, we are going to produce cells.
Have you actually thought of why they are not assembling, why they are not producing, and they prefer to assemble?
Okay. One of the reasons is because the machine to produce the cells.
Okay.
To make sure that we put the ignorant spice into cells, lay it into everything, it's way more expensive than when you get a semi-assembly machine and start importing.
Okay.
So
it's cost.
Need more of technicalities to get this sound into the solar cell. So it needs someone that will be patient enough to do all this. But right now, what business is all about is to make profit immediately, to make that profit. So they prefer importing those cells, knowing that we have the material. They prefer importing those cells, accepting that as just as the market. So most of them are doing it and they are not sure. It's only on that shows AfriCell. AfriCell came in as another company's name, Golden Lion. But you don't know that it's Golden Lion that's going to AfriCell. And they are also assembling. So all these things are what is happening right now. Now we're going to change the strategy.
I agree, and my offer still stands. Try to create an actual model here, no matter how difficult it is. Just try and get one, and I will give you the money if I have it then. All right. So thank you. So we've come to the end of the pitch session. So I would allow the judges, compute the scores and come up with the first three. So let's just give them about 5 minutes to do that. Okay. Sorry for continuing. Welcome. Okay, so just All right, please, I need your attention here. Thank you. So let's quickly share your certificates to prove that you've completed a course around green business management with NCIC in collaboration with Providence Bank. So we would hurriedly do this because of time, because we started late and the pitch sessions entered, into a longer period than we planned. So if you hear your names, please come out here and grab your certificate. Yes, of course, absolutely. Okay, this one. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. And then I think it's a bit nice. How many certificates do we have there? How many certificates do we have there? All right. Okay. All right. So let's start with the ladies. Rukayat Adeomi Fayomi. Let's keep it going. Congratulations. On behalf of NCIC and Providence Bank, we thank you for attending the GBM course. Thank you. We have to make this very fast. All these aesthetics over. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next question. Let's have Abdullah Benjo. I'm sorry, my Yoruba is nice. So.
Thank you.
Yes, I was even about to say something. Please, if you can quickly. As regards this speech, competition is actually a very interesting one. But I would like Providence Bank in subsequent cohorts should also consider businesses that don't have so much turnovers. Yes, they're just starting up. And I'm not talking about in terms of, I think it's a risky thing to invest in us. It's about people's money. But when you have corporate social responsibility projects, like using the EcoFit footwear, now you want to create footwear for, but you can always consider us like let's supply. It's not free money this time around, but it's like let's be part of it.
Fantastic. Round of applause for
So it is not.
And that's why I need the time. There's no balance. Okay?
This doesn't end there. You can tell your RM, I want to finish the plan.
Time to congratulations, sir. Congratulations to you. Okay.
Thank you.
And God's own day. Thank you. Congratulations. So, correct? So, J. Philip Morgan. All of course for J, so the first one is God.
Thank you.
Adebayi. Loki KG.
Let's hold this together.
Adebayi. All right, congratulations. Thank you.
What?
All right, so let's call out the top 5. Okay.
Thank you, everyone, and everyone who pitched us as well today. Thank you very much. And as Mr. Amidu said, yes, 10 people pitched today. Yes, we're going to pick a top 5 today. However, I just want to reiterate that it does not limit you. As Providence Bank customers, this is what we do. This is part of our business. So we want to hear from you. You just have to go through the risk assessment. If our risk management team feels like, yes, they trust you enough, you are in this, but they're able to, they will do that. So I just want to ensure that it doesn't now mean that's the end of the matter. Yeah? So I guess I can move.
Okay. My laptop is a bit heavy, but it's small. Okay, so let's begin with number 5, and we'll drive the number way up to 1. So at number 5, we have Lead Core Solar. A round of applause for Lead Core Solar. And number 4, we have NN Environmental. A round of applause for NN Environmental. Then we have JPO and TIX, Time Taylor. Congratulations. And we have Manasseh. That's all. Let me just lean a little bit on what Bonnie said. This pitch competition isn't any formal kind of bias to the other ones who haven't pitched. The most important thing is to be part of a program that was partnered by two entities that believe in driving and scaling up businesses. And let me even assure you that there isn't even a guarantee that these top 5, if it's fair to say, that you would actually get funding, because they're going to assess you. And if you're not credit worthy, you might not even get anything at all. And perhaps some of you who haven't actually pitched might seem a bit credit worthy to puff this band with those who have pitched. And it happens in all programs and projects. So please, it's not a bias, it's not a way of telling you you're not good enough. So let's be inclusive in our thoughts and let's work together. Thank you. So we have one more certificate to present. If Laura or Danny, that's the love of God, right? Congratulations. All right, so on that note, please keep doing what you're doing, love what you do, do anything you can do it. Danny, do you have any last words?
Just congratulations again on completion of, the GBM program cohort 1. God bless you. And yes, so the top 5, if you can just wait for a few 5 minutes, so I just kind of address on what's next. And yeah, thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you.